Sambonani, good morning. I'm Pervaiz Khan. I'm the co-convener of Reframing Africa with my colleague Cynthia Cross. I'd like to welcome you to the second day. Yesterday, those of you who were able to take part was very inspiring. We had conversations that went out throughout the day, and later we'll send you links for those if you weren't able to sit in on that. The key thing is just to remind people how we got to where we are in case you weren't part of yesterday's conversation. At the start of 2016, I realized that there was a really important anniversary coming up. And the anniversary was to do with the fact of the screenings of the first films in Africa. On December the 28th, in 1895, the first screening took place in Paris. A short while later, that was the Lumiere brothers, and a short while later, the first screenings in London by somebody called R.W. Paul, who was working on the same technology as the Lumiere brothers had been working. So he was organizing screenings as part of a variety show, vaudeville variety show in London. And what happens in March is an American magician is passing through London on his way to Africa. And he sees R.W. Paul's contraption. There were only two of these in Britain, or working ones, and R.W. Paul had both of them, and he wanted to buy the cinematograph from R.W. Paul, who refused because he only had the two of these machines. On the last day of his being in London, the last night, he got R.W. Paul drunk and gave him some money in his hand and took one of the machines and got onto a ship which came to South Africa. And obviously the ship journey took a while, but he got to South Africa, and in early May, he reached Johannesburg. And on the 11th of May, the first screening, which is only less than 6 months of the first screening in Europe, the first film screening in Africa took place. So this technology in Africa have been interacting from the start of cinema. And cinema itself, obviously, is a technology that brought together all the art forms before. Initially, it worked with photography and theater, and then sound became a key part of it. So that was the inspiration for us in May 2016 to mark the 120 years of that anniversary. Since that time, we've been holding an annual event to mark that, and specifically to look at Africa, and the making of images, but also sounds, the visual, and Africa's role in that. And we've decided to focus on archives, especially this year, and in an ongoing way, because of the challenges of archives within Africa, but also where African archives have been taken. I mean, it'll come as no surprise to most of you, I'm sure, that Africa is the most archived continent in the world, but those archives are from the outside. Yes? From the very early European encounter, they began to write, draw images, take things away, keep them. And that equally applies to the sonic archives from the late 19th century. In 20th century, the cinematic archives, the photographic archives, the art pieces which were taken. So Reframing Africa is about bringing Africa back into the picture globally from an African perspective, but also the diaspora. Because one of the things that our brother Abu Bakr, who will be taking part last time, made a point early on, is that you have 6 regions of Africa: North, West, East, South, Central, and then the diaspora, the 6th region of Africa. Yes, so the diaspora is not something separate. It's very integral to Africa's existence, and there's an ongoing relationship. I don't want to say any more because I think the panelists have much to say, and I'm going to hand over to my friend and colleague and comrade Dylan Valley, who's going to be chairing the morning. Go well.
Thanks, Pervaiz, and thanks everybody for joining us on this Sunday morning for Reframing Africa, Day 2, 2020. We've got a wonderful panel. I'm really excited to hear what the panelists have to say, so I'm not going to say too much. But what we're talking about this morning is the sonic as cultural resistance. And we have a long history of the sonic as cultural resistance on the continent, coming from the context where I'm sitting in South Africa, looking at struggle songs, most obviously, and even recently with Fees Must Fall, the way that songs were kind of excavated as archive and used as a way to tap into this long history of struggle by young South Africans was one way of seeing that. As filmmakers, we know that sound is incredibly important because You know, sound not only changes how you feel about what you see, it also changes what you see itself. And all filmmakers who work in the edit know that this is equally as important as visuals, even though sound is often overlooked when we're thinking of film studies in favor of the more visual. So this conversation is really exciting to me as somebody who's super interested in sound and always trying to further my knowledge of the possibilities. So on the panel today, we have Zara Julius. She's an interdisciplinary social practice artist, researcher, and vinyl selector. Hajuj Kuka, a filmmaker from Sudan, based in Nairobi, Kenya, and the Nuba Mountains in Sudan. We also have Sazi Dlamini, musician, composer, lecturer, research practitioner in Black South African popular and traditional music, as well as Marcelo Motana, a vocal historian, memory keeper, performer, cultural activist, non-academic, and founding director at the Vocal Museum. I hope I didn't leave anything out there that was really important to say, but I'm gonna let Zara take it away.
Great, thank you for that, Dylan, and thank you for inviting me to present at this conference. My presentation is Archives and the Frequency of Fugitivity. I'm kind of gonna rush through 2 projects of mine and think through frequency as a methodology, right? So this presentation briefly thinks through the affective frequencies of what we refer to as the archive. And as it relates to 2 of my projects, so one of which is Proclamation 73, which was a photographic archival project that I coordinated and exhibited at the Durban Art Gallery, which was basically, you know, accessing vernacular, so-called vernacular photographs from people. I was kind of going around people's homes with the scanner and scanning people's family albums to try enter their experiences into the National Archives in Durban, because people who are racialized as Indian and colored are very much absent from the archive. So that's the one project, and that was in 2018. And the other project is a current interdisciplinary project that is ongoing called Ripples, Rhythm, and Rapture, which is kind of thinking through sonic archives and spiritual ecstasies as legitimate technology in pursuit of ontological freedom, right? For people who are both racialized and are basically living in the post-colony, specifically of settler colonies, former settler colonies. And so thinking through frequency kind of started off for myself as a methodology when I was undergoing EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization and reprogramming, reprocessing therapy, right? So it's using REM as a technology or as a strategy to kind of access trauma and to reprocess that trauma. As we know, REM sleep is where we process the happenings of our days, of our waking life, and so it kind of uses the frequency between 3 and 5 hertz as a way to process trauma. And you know, a lot of my work is really interested in how might we fashion Black life. I use the term Black in the expanded sense. How might we, you know, fashion Black life under duress, essentially, or in context of unfreedoms. So essentially, I was doing this therapy, kind of blew my mind, and I you know, tried to think through how might I harness this idea of frequency into the work that I do. And then I found out that there are people who've been writing about this, some of which is, one of whom is Tina Kampt in her book, Listening to Images, and the other is Louis Chudsoke, whose paper, Dr. Satan's Echo Chamber, really speaks through the mobility of music and sound cultures across the Black Atlantic, right? And so really interested in how, you know, the Black aesthetic essentially it vibrates a particular resonance that we can relate to, whether it is our own archive or someone else's archive. And there's a kind of familiarity. I wonder if you can just bring up the first image, please. and just let me know once it's there. Okay, I'm gonna assume that it's there because I can't see. So these are some of the images from the Proclamation 73 project from people who were racialized, colored in Durban specifically. Nationally, the colored narrative has a lot of dominance in the Western Cape, in the Kioria region. But in Durban, there's a whole population that was racialized, colored, that has very different kind of cultural ancestry. But there's something about the ways in which these images speak to me, and I think to people who attended the conference, that is more, it kind of functions as a way that is beyond the indexical, right? So it's not just talking about this is how people live, this is what, you know, how people got married, but there's something in it that is extremely haptic and intimate, that for me, I kind of was resonating with. I think the very obvious one is this thing of, I think, people across the diaspora who are racialized Black in the kind of expanded sense of taking photographs or their wedding photos in a botanical garden, as an example, right? And like, what does that, where's the intimacy in that kind of relating? And that for me goes beyond the kind of, what's the word, beyond the kind of narrative. And there's something there that is a lot more affective. You can go on to the next image. So this image, again, is a selection of images, you know, from walking photographs or street photographs is like a way that a lot of people of color during the apartheid era were able to get their image reproduced, right? Because having a camera during that time, especially if you were racialized, was an extremely expensive endeavor. And there's something about looking, you know, there's the figure in the image, but there's something behind the figure in the image that really speaks, I think, a lot more to the experience of living under duress in apartheid, living in a way in which you are racialized and you're also spatialized according to your race under the Group Areas Act, right? And so here, I mean, the image of the man who is I suppose racialized Indian, in the back of that image, in the background, there's a Black man looking actually directly into the camera, as well as this man in the foreground. And there's an affective element to that for me is attuned to kind of listening, you know, in order to kind of access that, you kind of have to listen to the image beyond just seeing what is presented in front of you. We can go on to the third image. And so here again, you know, there's subtle details like the doily on the back of the couch. I don't know if anyone else's grandmother had doilies on the back of their couch. But, you know, there's these little moments that in the way that we presented the exhibition, some of these images were as small as A5s. And there was a room, a circular gallery with 150 images. So it really forces the viewer to go close to the image and actually listen to what's happening within the image and kind of engage with the frequency, the affective frequency or the resonance that is, yeah, that has in itself a legitimate kind of, it has like it is, you know, beyond what is written and what is spoken, but it's also a legitimate archive of knowledge through this thing that is untangible and that has a particular effect on the body, right? And so what I'm really interested in is how do archives affect our experience of the world, right? So it's not so much just what is it telling us about history, what is it telling us about how people lived, but what does the archive do to our bodies, to our visceral experience? And this very similarly is something that I've been interested in with my current project, Ripples, Rhythms, and Rapture. You can go to the next slide, which is a performance project of mine. This is an image from a performance, which is thinking through the sonic as visual. So on the first hand, you're thinking through the visual as sonic, but then here we're also thinking through sonic is something that is also visceral. There's more to it than just the maybe the formal elements of a song, but thinking through what is it doing? How is this frequency a technology for a particular kind of positionality, right? So in this image, there's this high priestess who runs a corner shop that is essentially like an apothecary, and she's engaging in a lot of kind of spiritual sonic archives from the global south specifically, and thinking through the frequency of this music as technology and as frequency that can inhabit water. If the human body is 70% water, how do we take that frequency, put it into water, and then consume it like a tincture? And that's kind of what this priestess is kind of thinking through, and what I'm thinking through as well. The priestess and myself, I guess, exist on a continuum. And so I wonder if we can maybe play the sonic offering. You can just let me know when that's playing, and then I'll talk a little bit afterwards. With this music, these are three different examples, two from South Africa, one recorded by Hugh Tracy, who I'm sure Sazi will kind of touch on maybe in their project. The other one is a Zioni hymn, and the other one is by a Colombian collective, which is alawaos, which are basically songs for the dead. And all three of these songs for me, possess the kind of same frequency of rapture, which I'm kind of thinking through rapture as a moment of flight and a moment of exiting these experiences of unfreedom that we find ourselves in as people who are racialized and dealing with coloniality in the everyday, right? And so how can frequency articulate these brief moments in the ever unfolding temporal world as propositions for breath and breathing and flight and fashionings of self in the context of unfreedom. And flight, being something, or flight kind of associated with what I kind of think of as marronage, where it is an ongoing practice. I don't think we're at a place where remotely free as people who are racialized on the planet, especially in settler post-colonies, right? So it's this ongoing practice where you have these little moments of freedom, and maybe the little moments in the image or moments in the sonic, and the frequencies in which they mobilize allow us to kind of traverse borders and kind of undo confinement, racial confinement in some types of ways. I'm going to assume that my time is up, but yeah, so I'm just going to leave it at that, and we can chat about the complexities of that in the discussion. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, Zara, for that. That was really insightful, especially in terms of thinking about, the healing powers of sound, which is something we had a comment, I think, from someone on YouTube called Talk to Me Sandile, who talks about, indeed, the idea of sonic as the idea of sonic as therapy is deeply rooted in vanishing cultures and ideas of the self and collective affirmation and healing in Black communities. So thank you for offering that. In academia, we often forget to think about how, what can we do that can be healing? We forget about that side of things, right? I guess unless you're a doctor. So we're gonna go to Hajuj Kuka next. Also want to say, Hajuj, so great to have you with us, and so happy that you are now out of prison and free, and also all of your comrades as well. So thank you so much for joining us and making the time when I know you probably have a lot of things to deal with right now.
Yeah, I'm glad also to be out of jail, and instead of being in jail, being here and trying to communicate and talk about this. So let me see. I mean, I'm not an academic at all. So what I wanted to do with creating films and everything was even beyond that, is talking about resistance, resilience, and identity. And I think those three themes are what I find myself dealing with all the time. And the thing with the sonic and the visual and all that, it just came naturally when you're trying to deal with all those things. I mean, with Beats of the Antelope, my documentary, I went about trying to figure out what's happening to us, why we have this ongoing civil war in Sudan, and what is it, what people want, and all that. And that's what I found. There was people with a certain identity, and their identity has been challenged. In Sudan, there was this idea of a national identity. It's this whatever European thing. It's a country. People need to have a common identity and whatnot. So the founding father at the time tried to come up with it, and they decided because the majority of them were Muslims, it's going to be Islam, and because Islam is written in Arabic, people need to know Arabic. So it's an Arabic Islamic thing, and with the religion came all this culture of how you should dress, what you should eat, and all that. So that was enforced on these people, and these people, when they wanted to fight back and resist, the main way to resist is, one, clinch onto your language, and two, clinch onto your music and the way you dance. And the biggest thing I found when I was in Nuba Mountains, where there was this war that was going on, and the Antonov is this Russian cargo plane that can drop food or they can drop bombs. So they were dropping bombs in Nuba, bombs dropped by the Sudanese government. And what I found through this resistance, what really mattered is actually using music, because the more you clinch onto your identity, the more you clinch onto your music, the more you clinch on to the way you dance and your language and all that, you win. So the way for them to win was to just go deeper into their culture, go deeper into their music. And the amazing thing about it, it was also fun. And it was also a way that made them super resilient and made them be able to deal with all the trauma that was happening communally. So that's when everything connected, and it actually just kind of connected naturally, talking to people and whatnot. And the idea of the visual and the sonic matched really well. I mean, it's just music and dance and the colors and the food and everything, just actually, it's all one. So if you were trying to remove one of them, it doesn't really work. And that's why within the film, I didn't use any music from outside, and I made it a point not to use music to manipulate emotions and whatnot, because to me, the music was so real that it just needs to be the music from the area, the music that was related to it is happening. So, and that affected me a lot. Just like whenever I watched, I afterwards watched any film or anything, and music was used to manipulate my emotions, I actually understood that so much, and I actually started resisting it, being like, whatever. Like, okay, you can make me cry, but this is not what it really is. So this idea of the sonic and the visual became to me like this. The strength of it was very obvious for me within that. And then let me move a little bit further. Other than Beats, which is Beats of the Antelope, is just specifically talking about music and dance and resilience and identity. It's very then. And I went to the Sudanese Revolution. And when the Sudanese Revolution started and we had the sit-in, the moment you walked into the sit-in, the first thing you heard is people got stones and they were like hitting this metal post. I mean, whatever, the advertisement, big advertisement posts. And that was the heartbeat of the sit-in. So the moment you moved in the beginning, you would be annoyed. It's like, that noise, I can't sleep at night and stuff. But after a while, it became like, it's the heartbeat. You need it. And the moment it stopped, we knew we were in trouble. And that was when the massacre happened on June 3rd. So it was this heartbeat of the sit-in. And then after a while, you start loving it. It's like the heartbeat. And you always pass it every day. And you always, different people just sitting there all day, just banging randomly with different beats and different rhythms and whatnot. So the sonic was the first thing you knew about the sit-in, even before you just come getting into there and you're hearing the sound and you feel satisfied. So to me that was super important, and also the idea that it's sonic, but it's not just music. A lot of times people like associate the two, but it's to me, there's all these soundscapes that identified the revolution, be it the beats of the bombs dropping, the people, the heartbeat. There's all these sounds that identify what this is, and then the music is the easy one. Music is the resistance. Music is the words, the rhythm, the chant. Like in Sudan, when we come together for a sit-in or whatever, after a while it gets boring. I don't want to hear the politicians talk. I don't want to hear the revolutionaries talk. I don't want to hear anybody talking. But it's always fun to have the call and response chants, and a lot of the messages are in there anyways. And those calls and response, they're amazing, they're exciting. Everybody is part of it. It's not like one person talking. So having this communal music and communal sound is super important. So, I mean, with most of my work still is about the revolution, because we still have to resist. I mean, I hope one day I don't have to resist and I can move on to explore other things. But with that, there's always, with the resistance, you're always you're getting this the importance of the resistance and the resilience and the identity and all that, and the shifting. And to me, it's always, I take those first, and then in the end we have conversations. And I actually cherish conversations, but always after having this amalgam of sonic and visual. The other thing that, because we're talking a lot about archive, is we have this crazy amount of stuff. Like, it's during a sit-in or during my time or during recording and doing it, everything, you're just taking it in, and there isn't enough time to realize how amazing it is. And it takes a while later to just like sit there and then listen to it and understand what it is and what you're telling visually. A few days ago, somebody was talking about one scene within Beasts of the Antelope, and this is a person who has seen the film a couple of times, and it's the scene where the soldiers are going to war, and there's the ladies, the girls, and they're sitting on a bench, and they're singing, and the song they're singing is about, they gave you the boots to wear, they're too big. They gave you the army suits. So they're talking about somebody their age, a young teenager, who's being sent to war. And they're saying it in a way, if you're just hearing the music, it's not sad, but it has that sadness to it. But it's also still encouraging that we have to do this, we have to go forward. So it's like this weirdness within the music. And then you see the soldiers going to war at the same time, and it ends with somebody getting killed. So it was like somebody who was watching it, and they were like, it's the first time that I noticed the contrast in that. And the music now, they sew, by actually hearing the music and hearing the words, they sew the visuals differently. So instead of being this people going to war and it's great, it became, this is not that cool. And so that's the talk of like the whole video on Sonic. I would want to stop here and hopefully keep it later for more conversations and discussions, which I like more.
Okay, thank you so much, George, for that. And yes, that was a very powerful scene from the film. For anybody who's interested, the film is available to stream on Vimeo on demand, if I remember correctly. So you should be able to find it pretty easily. It's highly, highly recommended, especially when you're interested in the sonic and sound and documentary, and just generally looking at kind of what documentary could be in all of its forms, instead of the way we kind of understand documentary to be in very kind of in this kind of reportage way that we understand it these days. But Beats of the Antonov is really great in terms of pushing creatively what documentaries could look like. So yes, hopefully we'll get some time to discuss a bit further with you afterwards in the question and answer session. So thanks again for that. And now we've got Sazi Dlamini and Marcelo Motana, who will be talking about their recent project, which Zara also touched on a bit earlier. I won't say too much. I'll let you guys take it away.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Dylan. And thank you, Zara, and of course, Marcelo for coming up and representing our project here. I'll try perhaps briefly to explain what has happened for me to respond in the way that I have. And with such a title. And I must perhaps point out right at the outset that when I wrote out the abstract, I wasn't thinking about resistance. But of course, as Zara mentions, the consciousness, that kind of overrides, self-representation and being with people and just being when you are of our historical bearing is certainly just that of resistance. And in some way, it could be an immediate, but it's so ingrained in one's responses to issues and framing one's position to things, to thoughts, the way things are thought, that I suppose my approach qualifies adequately to be read as a resistance. For example, I'll try and cut to the chase in reading my topic as Indigenous Languages and the International Library Music Archive of ILM. ILM is the International Library of African Music, which is a historical music archive, and that is a repository of recordings of urban and rural African music, probably since the late 1920s. And a major aspect of the library is the Sound of Africa, or Sons d'Afrique collection of recorded musical performances that is comprised of thousands of field recordings by the late Hugh Tracy, as I mentioned in passing. That is of African indigenous music in its rural and urban industrial settings. Those date back to about 1930s until, I would say, Tracy's passing in 1977. It's a massive archive at one time, because it's always in process, either being digitized, which is, I think, is the main activity in its processing, and also being a resource for much of African ethnomusicological research that is taking part, mostly by scholars outside of Africa. hence, my engagement with the archive is, of course, as a musicologist and a bit of training as ethnomusicology, but it's also in recognizing and perhaps articulating to the present debate about archives that are challenging many approaches of thinking and applying, the potentialities of the archive. And my own motivation is that of availing or revealing pretty much at base the contents, this archive as a resource for engagement, not only by musicologists, but by everybody, and especially Africans. And I must qualify my saying Africans. By saying Africans, I mean everyone who's in Africa, especially in the light of what Zara said, the racialization and ethnicization of African identities, which is very much a part of the architecture of the library, and what has challenged me first and foremost in working from what I would say from inside, the archive, that is working on the details of the material itself. I mean, the whole archive itself, how it's set up, how it came about, is a whole other matter of deconstruction and meaning making, and perhaps some confrontation of some of the structuring of institutions to which we have to relate in certain ways, either acquiesce or debate, but that is nonetheless very relevant in what we find inside the archive is used and is. And so, hence, I saw the engagement of this multilinguality in the African sense, or maybe in the Bantu sense, this multilinguality of the. I saw it as a foremost challenge, in that the meaningful materiality of the archive had, in some way, it was imperative to bring to bear the meaningful materiality of the archive to the people to which the archive is talking in its first language, which is orality, and the issues that certainly had to do with people who are represented in performances that are recorded. And more than that, also is an awareness and a very consciousness that in the Africa generally and particularly, orality is really the literacy, the way histories are recorded, positions are taken, and not necessarily only an artistic way, which is individual, but in a way that from which meanings are derived as a collective. And so for me, the primacy of these songs, such as that I've revealed to my colleagues, to sense how they deal with, is the primacy of these songs is in what they are communicating to people whose language they were recorded and into whose lives they were commenting. And so I approached a handful of indigenous language practitioners in their capacities of the journalistic, the literary. I mentioned here my colleague Sandile Ngeti, who unfortunately, because of the logistic, kind of form of the of the webinar could not be here. And Marcelo is with us, Marcelo Mtana. The other person was a lady, Philadelphia Makwakwa. I would like to, perhaps, in hoping that I've kind of introduced the archives as it is, perhaps to jump in and relate to the theming of the webinar as a way to perhaps introduce what could entail questioning and exchange in the way that this theme was framed and perhaps seen in a broader sense as a site. I would like to say here, seeing the sonic as a site of knowledge making. And I would first try to just qualify the sonic here, that in my case it's music, you know, which is perhaps, it is sonic in the medium, but is perhaps a step or several steps in the organization of the sonic, in that the material itself, the music, the song, is an archive on its own. Within this archive that I've been trying to describe very, very unhelpfully in its gross state, that the music itself, the song, let alone the letters of the knowledge, is already itself, you know, an archive. And a site of knowledge making, to which maybe I'd like to comment in those constructions of the theme, that this knowledge making is not necessarily one way or a positive. There is that, it can be made portentous in a positive way, but of course, but maybe as a result of the limbo, I mean now the cultural limbo, that the product, the material finds itself because of being in an archive, and the music archive's virtuality. It is in time and space. I mean, these recordings emanate from at least from the 30s, the 50s, the middle decades of the 20th. So the archives is virtual in the sense that in time and space, in time it's way beyond before we were born, but it's about us, or about, you know, our ancestors, if not our parents. And in space, because of the nature of the construction of the archive, in that it drew from at least 102 languages of sub-Saharan Africa. And so it ties in with some of the I would say, some of the movements, you know, that tie into the very construction of our modernity, where cultural people were drawn from all parts of Africa to come to the central part and practice their ethnicity, not perhaps because it was their choice, but because of being maybe denied other ways of expressing citizenship in the industrial environment. So in the sense of knowledge making, I'd like to keep in mind that due to the access, to the privileged access of the archive, it's not necessarily a fruitful exercise to those who can access the archive to make meanings out of it. Also in view of the music, this is the product of the archive being a dynamic process. I mean, making music enacts human relationships, you know, in time. So the engagement with the archive strictly in terms of privilege subverts or even mystifies the challenges of its deployment in decolonial practice. That's now the what, the where, and the who in relation to knowledge making. And also preservation as a frozen instant in a continuum of articulation of consciousness, in this case to a complex enduring structure. The preservation is the assumes tragic consequences in the very processes perhaps even of repatriation, because now it becomes inserted in spaces that the owners of the language have shifted in adaptation, perhaps. So if you bring them so-called maybe the selves, that is their past, there's a dynamics there that are very strong, that might that do wonk up the preservation as it might be construed as a worthwhile practice, that it has to be engaged in a very delicate practice. And of course, the one aspect also is the curatorial practice, which in itself may be seen to alienate popular musical practice, that is popular musical practice as becoming, as I've just mentioned, that people express themselves in a social understood, as a social understood position. It's a becoming, and it's always in reaction to structure. And to so this the preservation or the curatorial to practice profiles archiving as a selective process, as perhaps what you'd say an ectomy, a surgical process of cutting out, so-called tomos, that should be approached. I think it's a very delicate. So without, in hoping that maybe I've expressed my own dilemmas and my challenges in this process, I'd like to perhaps introduce my colleagues in the way that I've challenged them to respond to the archive. First, to translate and to respond to the materials of the archive in the way that is constructed as an ethnic, archive, of course, in resonance with all the structurations of society that went hand in hand with the organization and recruitment of Africans for modernity. This said, I'd perhaps want to now focus at first, before I let Marcelo take over, I'd like to focus on an item that, in the hope that it demonstrates some of the insights and maybe the creative, discursive engagement with the archive, such as I'm trying to reveal as possible, should the archive be accessible on a more equitable, I suppose, a platform, for everyone, especially those whose history is part of the construction of the archive, if they can have, an easy interaction with the archive. Perhaps there is a way of understanding the traumas, such as I've tried to mention, that attend to the extinction of cultures and freezing them, and then maybe in a neoliberal sense, trying now to take those and put them back in places maybe that is not there anymore. So let me just request a song, if that is possible, Hank, if we could play me a song by Traditional Evening Bass. It's number 1. Of course, I'm leaving out the musicological on purpose out of this, because it's yet another layer, of archiving, of organization, of the sonic in symbolic ways that itself articulates to some ways of meaning making and sociality. So
Sophia,
Just in the interest of time. But thank you very much, Sazi, for that.
Please stop the song, because I think Marcella will have her own. That will be. She has another repertoire, really, too. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we'll have time to get into my repertoire, but I'll try and be quick. Tobela to everyone. Thank you so much for having us. What a big topic. Sonic as resistance in relation to archive. Then we would have to reconstruct how we look at that archive. If it's divided linguistically, then perhaps it should be united linguistically, because then language here would be used as a uniting force. And what we've done in the project is that someone is doing the Zulu songs, I'm doing the Sotho Tswana, Philadelphia is doing the Tsonga. This is the only stage where they should be divided when you're trying to sort out the meanings. But in re-looking at them, they should not be divided according to language, because then we're going back to apartheid classifications, because our experiences cut across language. And I would look at this archive as an archive of Sotho songs, not African songs, because I live in Africa. So when I play an instrument with my friend, I don't say, hey, buddy, let's play our African instruments, because we are actually in Africa. So we have different terms that we used for each other, to each other. So in the Sotho sense, Sotho is the color of clay. It's not just a South Sotho speaking person. So then the songs for me would be Sotho songs. The categories, there would be songs that should be made accessible, should be probed, excavated, looked at. And then there are songs which must be repatriated and left alone. Songs which are ceremonious, like when we were suggesting repatriation of a craft exhibition, we had suggested that anything that's marked the ritual should just be repatriated. So songs that would go with those rituals must also be repatriated. So it would be available on the site, but there should be no transcription, no translation. If you were not going to be part of that ceremony, then you should not be, they are not talking to you. So that should not be accessible. You can hear the audio, but the meanings must remain with the owners of those ceremonies. So the idea of sonic repatriation is very interesting, because the song is already out there. So I think we are at that stage where we are deciding that which songs can be probed, looked at, translated, even between the languages, because I'm not always interested in translating from Sotho to English. If the concepts don't exist in English, then you can't translate things that don't exist. So I would say then the translation might be more interesting if there's a Sotho to isiZulu translation, because conceptually you are in the same world. So those are the exciting things that have come up with this translation. What sort of a song is it when you're looking at a track, because it's intangible? Is it a ceremonious one? Is it a gendered one? I mean, as a woman, I'm not supposed to go into men's lebollo, which is the initiation. And I'm actually not interested. I don't think it's my prerogative to find out what they are saying. They should be kept for posterity's sake of the particular people. But not everyone need have access just because now it's being studied. There has to be a difference when the practitioners are the descendants of those people. You can't go and harvest the same way. Then there's no change. Then we are working outside of the, so within a decolonial and a restorative frame, the practice has to be different. The naming has to be different. The categorization has to be different, because even within the languages that we are working in, those languages are actually multi-spherical in their setting. So when you said, Zara, that looking at the sonic as visceral, the language itself of the recordings you played, they are already multi-spherical. So those are the things that we have to take into account if we are going to reframe the archive. And I'm particularly interested in this, which songs are Guijoras. We've decided to use Guijoras because of Amagwijo. We could have gone with Malopolaceous because of Malopo, but genres like Malopo, Magwijo should not be tampered with. Yes, they can be available to the public, but they have to be respected. Otherwise, we would simply be regurgitating the very harmful practices that scholarship of cultures has already produced. In terms of out of the songs that can be made available, that the recordings we looked at was Daniel Marivate's We Na Boy, and another one called Hakesitlatla, and they're both speaking about seeking permits. One is looking for a permit to leave the mine compound to go dance in Sophia Town, when his counterparts are going to do the mchongolo at the mining showcase dancing, but he's a Dapper guy, so he wants to go to Sophia Town. And already we start seeing this split of the dandies and those who are still more rural. And there are people who can play between the two. I'm not sure why we tend to have this either or. It has to be rural or urban, when there's no such, because in your family practice, you are always both. You can live in a township, but at some time you must go home. So there isn't really a line between the urban and the rural, between tradition and culture. Like what I'm wearing, it's a German cloth. It's become tradition. So where was the line where it was first a foreign thing and now it's become, if someone says come wearing tradition, this is what I pull out. So those are the interesting things, the lines between when people were recording songs that were from home or when they were composing songs in the style of home. So we're coming across very interesting layers that we are working with. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the project. But I feel that in restoring the languages back to a unified state, that is a very strong statement of resistance for the future going forward.
Thanks, Marcelo. Thanks so much for that. We have to I have to respectfully cut in, and we have to cut to our comments and discussion section now. So thank you for all those themes that you raised. Some really rich questions and also themes for us to kind of chew on, and very real comments there, stuff that we really have to think about, especially in terms of decolonization and what are we actually doing with all this archive, and where's it, to what ends, and how can we change the kind of the excavation that's happened in the past, and the kind of the basic harvesting is the way you put it of things. So we've got a question from the audience, a question to Zara from Sandile. What makes colors in Durban particularly absent in the archive of South Africa? How do you read and map this absence?
I think it's different things. Are we talking about the archive in South Africa as a whole? Or are we talking about the archives in Durban specifically? Because they're absent from both, right? The archive in Durban, the Old Courthouse Museum, which was the archive that I was working in, there were literally 3 photos of people racialized as colored. All those photos, 2 of those photos were of orphanages. So basically the narrative is Reinos are orphans, colors are orphans, which is not dissimilar from the national narrative of people who are racialized as colored, right? Because we know that this term was, placed onto us. It was not something that we self-identified as, and it was used to erase the nuances of our cultural and ethnic histories, right? So that's the one thing. The other thing is just a sheer issue of numbers, where in Durban specifically, people who are racialized as colored are a micro minority essentially, and haven't really played as big a role as, say, the narratives of indenture when it comes to people who've been racialized as Indian, right? Or the narratives of, say, Cloete Manor and the kind of conflicts that have come out of that, and also the racial tensions within Durban, which are very, very specific, where people who are racialized colored do not group with people who are racialized as Indian. We do not group with people who are racialized as Black. It's like completely still like racially segregated. So it really is quite a complex reason. The other thing is, I think there's a lot of secrecy within families who are racialized this way, because of the shame that is brought on by this word colored, because it is about trying to find ways to, well, the apartheid system kind of necessitated trying to find as much proximity with whiteness as possible because it was advantageous to do so. And so that means foregrounding your Irish great-grandfather and completely ignoring the names of your Zulu great-grandmother, as an example. And that is the case within my own family. We know who my Irish great-great-grandfather was, but I don't know anything about, the Zulu lineage in my family. But that's just a brief kind of answer to that.
Thanks for that. I mean, I also totally resonate with this. And one of the things I got from watching Gadjigo's film, Beats of the Antonov specifically, was the ways in which power and colonialism in its various forms have kind of manifested this anti-Blackness, which I thought was specific to South Africa and specific to my experience as somebody who's racialized as colored. And I thought, okay, we were the only people who don't want to be called Black, who are Black in Africa. But actually, from watching Gadjigo's film, I realized there was also all of this kind of tension between like kind of Arab identity and Black identity, and this wanting to like distance yourself from being Black or being African, also in Sudan. But having been in other parts of the continent, I've seen this in different countries as well. And I always thought it was just kind of us that were like kind of dealing with this kind of internalized anti-Blackness, anti-Africanness, if you will. So Gadjigo, I don't know if you want to comment on that, and kind of because you're someone who's moved between these different spaces and on the continent and abroad. So
yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you put it in a really good way. This whole in Sudan is super complex. Yes, the whole color of like, it's not even, it's like we go all the way from, we have red, green, black, blue, you get, and it's something that we use daily. Like you just describe somebody as like, yeah, he's red, he just passed that way, it's green. Like it's all these colors mean something that's very specific to us. And with that comes a lot of weight of what we consider okay. I mean, if you're too white, it's problematic. If you're too, like, there's something that people identify as beautiful, and there's a term in Sudan, it's called samra, which is, if you're in Egypt, that means you're actually Black, but in Sudan, that means you're actually not Black. You're in this spectrum that it's the nice color, it's the good color. You're not white where it's like it's ugly, or it's not Black where it's ugly. It's this spectrum. So there's this color plays such a big role in it, where you're supposed to be African and Black, but not too much, and you're supposed to be like there's this thing where it's like this is the perfect color, and I don't understand. It's complex to talk about, but when you're in the street and you talk about it, everybody gets it, which is problematic. And then that's when, how do you unbrainwash us from that thing? And it's the complexity of it when it becomes so rooted within the culture. People sing about it. And then when you move on, like the more north you move, the more that lightness becomes like lighter, whatever it is. So the term samra in Egypt, like I said, is like it's Black. In Sudan, is like lighter skin, but not too white, not too Black. So yeah, it's the complexity of it happens within Africa and in different places for sure.
And this actually leads us very well into our next question, which is for I think anybody in the panel. It's not addressed to anyone specifically, But the question is from Candice Janssen, Market Photo Workshop. She says, what has to be unlearned by the sonic? So coming back to the sonic now, what actually needs to be unlearned by our work in the sonic and archives and all that stuff? So anyone can go ahead.
One thing that Marcelo said that hit me really hard was that not everybody has to have access, and some things shouldn't. To understand them, you have to actually, I guess, be from that culture or spend the energy of being in that culture to understand them. So to me, that hit me really hard, because part of creating documentaries is allowing people access. And I always had that issue when I'm translating. How do you translate? There's some things that are hard to understand when you deal with them. So to me, that when you're like, what needs to be unlearned is just like, there's some things that is not going to be understood until you're part of that culture. And this whole idea of to understand them, you have to project yourself into them. Because if I take them into something that Sazi said, into maternity, it's not going to be understood. To actually be understood, you need to move yourself there, so you can't see from your own perspective. So I think there's that thing of, we don't have to get it into our world to understand it. We have to go into that world. So I feel like that's the first thing that comes to mind when I hear that question.
I think just following off what you're saying, Hajuj, like there's also like the strategy of concealment is like super important across the African continent and the African diaspora, right? Like, you know, we've concealed our practices in order for them to survive, right? And then what happens when we expose them? They land up on like Louis Vuitton runway shows, as an example, right? And yeah, I think like concealment and trying to think through, I don't know, for me, like the concept of like maroon society becomes like a really interesting lens through which we can understand exactly what Marcelo was saying and what you've been saying, Hajuj, is, you know, you're running away from the proverbial plantation in order to build with your people. And your people will understand if they're your people, because they will understand the things that you're producing within that context, right? Which is where I guess like this thing of frequency comes in, is like, you know, through being so-called urbanized Blacks, like the languages, whether it's my Khoi ancestry or my Zulu ancestry, or even my Lithuanian ancestry as an example, like the languages have been removed, but the frequency is what allows us to still access the potency, I think, of these different archives, for lack of a better term. But maintaining concealment, I think, is imperative. Concealment can look like different things as well, and like reminding ourselves that concealment might look like not translating things into English. And if you resonate with it on a embodied, visceral level, then aware. If not, then it's not for you, you know? And I think like that is something that I've been trying to kind of think through, which is really hard, because there's obviously also there's also relative privileges, there's relative ways in which my own existence is also violent. You know, it's obviously a super complex thing to navigate. But I think there's something in concealment that I think is super powerful.
I think the less, I think we need newer practices. The old school nature of being obsessed with writing everything down, being obsessed with explaining things that are not your business, being obsessed with taking pictures of ceremony, like we just need newer ways and stop relying on these old harvesting methods. They are not working anymore. And knowing when to respect, when to draw a border, you know. But I think the nature of scholarship pushes people to act like Moffat and Livingston. It's like you are still a missionary, you just have the same color, you know. So I think there's a very thin line, but that practitioners need to be honest with themselves. Like when Sazi recruited me for this process, he had a list of writers, and I said, this one can't come along. They only write in English. Why must they be part of the process if they are not literate in their languages? So being honest about your intentions and your capability, and knowing when to bring in someone from the community. Don't be a takeover, but I suspect that the training is a problem. So unlearning half of the stuff you've learned and making space for the communities that you claim to be interested in. That's what I thought.
Thank you, Marcelo. I just perhaps in trying to address Candice in a specific way. The sonic for me is also a construct. It's such a gross term for some very nuanced processes, the attendance to which needs a very much sober approach to can learn or unlearn anything from the sonic would need starting from the ground up. It's a spiritual thing. Sonic means vibration, number one. We speak, we use the sonic. Language is a sonic. Relating the tones to make music, to make a sensibility in sound. Already curating those sounds in space is a sonic. So maybe the thing is to read the sonic as a very vulnerable and a sacred terrain to which we have to enter really, it's a temple, the sound, that we should be entered, especially with our experiences, that we should enter now with our shoes off, and to also to honor it as perhaps the only medium we have of communicating to silence, or I don't know, I have also the idea that we think in sound. I don't know. That's what I think. We think in words, and words are sound. So I think really, rather than to unlearn from the sonic, is the thing to learn from the sonic, maybe to unlearn ways of consuming. That's what the word with me. That a lot of our practices take off from consumption. We are consuming. We are consumers. Our learning is about consuming knowledge we have no use of. We can't take anywhere. And we can't take to any depth or clarifying ways, especially for subjects from whom we've taken. We cannot expand or give them ways to unravel or arm them with the what would I say, the vocabulary to resist, because that's the other thing that we need. I'll start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have around 5 minutes left, and we have one more question from one of the participants actually in the ILAM project that Sazi and Marcelo were working with. That's Philadelphia Makwakwa. So it's how do we speak to the issue of repatriation to the communities whom we are working with through the sonic, as mentioned by Sazi and Marcelo, and also this is something that I think you've all been touching on just now previously, is like, how do we make sure that we don't continue this violence in taking what is not for everyone when curating or preserving, or when we are making a film or putting on an exhibition and that kind of thing? How do we, and you've already been touching on this, but very pointedly, how do we make sure we don't perpetuate this kind of violence that we've seen in the past? And coming back to the sonic also, specifically when we're using songs and sounds and frequencies from the past. Yeah, how do we not perpetuate the same stuff from the past? And this is for anybody as well, so anyone who wants to jump in, solve this problem in under 5 minutes, please.
If I may jump in there quickly, thank you, Philly, for coming in like that. And it is a question, as I tried to mention, that is contentious. the repatriation is almost like done out of guilt from certain circles that, okay, if I'm a thief, now I must return this object that I've taken. You know, I don't know what to do. Basically, I don't know what to do with it, because you shouldn't give it back if it's used. Maybe we need to, it just demands a lot more thinking. But in the context of resistance, I think repatriation should be a very thought out process that builds onto the organization and also empowering of communities and debates in community, and also fulfilling needs that are more shared, you know, among communities, among generations, for example, that inform ways of resisting in the present. You know, they should inform tools of resistance in the present, to say, no, look, what you're doing, cats, you're not the first ones to sing about shit that's happening. I'm sorry, about shit that's happening. You know, it was done. You know, you're not the first one to complain about work, and it was done. Here it is. Now you bring in a repertoire such as this. I think it has to be, it's possible, and it's required, you know, to bolster ways of that are more nuanced now. You know, the vocabularies of resistance and the practices are more challenging now than ever. And yeah, thank you.
If I may, I think this is an excellent question. Although the how do we do the practices, I think we've sort of answered to that. But I think if there's a practice of involving more communal partners within and around institutions, then we can be more sensitive, because the communal research partner sort of represents the community, or is a halfway, so that there isn't such a gap between I'm the object, you are studying me, but rather a more restorative and reconciliatory practice through involving multi-generational discourse over this work. I mean, I've had very interesting conversations with my parents because of these recordings, and some of them my mother recognizes as a child when her uncles would play them on a gramophone. So, but without talking to my mother, all I have is Google and South African history online, you know what I mean? But the more we bring in the communal aspect, I think then we'll have less careless practices around studying other people's cultures or our own cultures.
I can just jump in on the back of that. I think it also, like, a lot of it has to do with what are you trying to do with these archives, right? Like, are you working with them in a very kind of textbook kind of archival sense? Like, you know, with Sazi and Marcelo, you guys are working with the archives there in Makanda, or are you fashioning and creating and trying to reimagine archives for yourself, right? And those, I think, have very different consequences in terms of answering Philadelphia's question. I think repatriation can also look like allowing archives to live in communion with one another, not necessarily with living people, but the archives can be placed in ways that would never be thought of before. An example is placing Amazayoni next to, you know, Afro-Colombian communities where the musical lines are like super, super direct. You don't have to kind of imagine too far to understand that there's a really, really clear link sonically, right? But what does it mean when you start to actually actively put these two archives next to each other and say, these are one and the same thing, these are doing the same thing, people's funeral rites and practices are the same. So let's have that conversation with these two archives together. And I think that's also another way of repatriation, insofar as it breaks the ways in which Black people or racialized people across the world have been dislocated from one another.
Yeah, I agree, Zara. I agree very much with what you say, because like I was just saying that we haven't even begun to talk about the music, the actual, you know, material of music, which are much deeper. They are more spiritual. What I'm sensing, what you're saying, we're actually talking about diasporic relationships, the spirit of the sonic in the diaspora, where the music of Colombians is still ngoma, where the Zionists are ngoma, with Christianity, where ngoma is the basic religious couching of indigeneity. That's found its way to all diaspora, to India. The Guma you find in Cape Town is ngoma, brought by its name. It's in performance, it's in the drum, it's in the song, it's in the spirit. So those are perhaps other levels of the way the archive can work, in encountering its material, because in the archive, the material doesn't encounter each other, but it encounters us in discourse, as we it out and pose it. The archive has relationships within it, with much, but they are silent. They don't know, their potency. Also, in answering to Marcelo, that the institution, much as an alienating construct at the base, has this potential to inform ground activism of communities with access. The materials that are there can readily inform the growth, discursive growth of communities, oral, debates on the ground, if such materials was available in these ways to inform debate, and orality as a way of practicing remembering,
Hearing all this, what excites me about it is the idea of having this conversations across cultures, and by that, the idea of like what everybody is saying, the resonance of frequencies. If you have these archive read and heard and talked about by its people, its actual descendants, and then having the conversations across cultures, and then using this whole idea of reimagining and projection. So that would be exciting. Having that kind of conversation across cultures by its descendants makes a lot of sense. Okay, go ahead. I just got excited about it for a second.
No, that's great. That's what we want. We want to stay excited. It's a good note to end on. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. I think we could have gone on for another hour. But unfortunately, we have to wrap up now so that we can set up for the next panel that's coming up. So I just want to end off by saying thank you so much to all of the panelists in discussing all these themes in terms of sound, resistance, decolonization, archive. And I really loved Sazi's quote. It's going to stay with me for a while, which is, "We think in sound." And I'm going to take that forward today, and also thinking about all the frequencies that we can tap into in the past, even that can allow us to tap into previous, into our ancestors and into our lineage. And we should take that going forward in the work that we do. So thank you so much to everybody. And hope to see you all soon, not inside of a little black box, but maybe somewhere in the real world. So take care, everybody. Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Welcome to this panel entitled Restoring and Creating Connections. My name is Abubakar Sanogo, and it's a great pleasure for me to be moderating this panel in the second consecutive day of a reflection on the archive, the archival, and its implications, both for Africa and, sorry, I have to turn off my sound from my YouTube here because I always forget to do this. There we go. All right, sorry. So as part of our conversation around reframing the idea of the archive, the practices of the archive, the approaches to the archive, starting from Africa or in relation to Africa. Yeah. I was very inspired by the previous panel, I have to say, and like the multiplicity of topics that they raised, and in particular, I think the notion, as we look obviously at the archival, of this idea of a certain right to opacity, the right to opaqueness or to opacity, which has been really well conceptualized in other contexts, and which obviously is something that should also be part of our arsenal of approach of a kind of epistemology of the archival. Now, in the context of our panel, we are trying to both see what to do with legacies passed on to us, either in the context of a personal, intimate relationship, and the idea of what to do with simply with the archive of fantastic photographic archives bequeathed onto us, which is, in fact, resonates with some of the conversations we've been having a lot since yesterday around precisely the question of the papers slash productions of our filmmakers, of our photographers, and so on. I think you might recall the debate we had on Samben and the archives of Samben and what it means for them to be now in Indiana, outside of the continent, and so on. So I think I feel that some of the conversations might resonate in some ways with that. And so our first, so we have our first panelist will be Robyn Aronstam, who will be precisely talking about a treasure trove, simply, of archival material that were left behind, and who's trying to figure out, in fact, what to do with it, which is a broader question. This is a continent-wide question, so to speak. I was actually, in listening to some of the conversations yesterday, thinking about Akomfrah and Jihan. I was thinking, what exactly are their plans for their papers at this particular moment? I am not quite sure. Well, it's one of the questions that I might have asked as them. We have, so our second panelist is Simon Bright, who is a filmmaker from Zimbabwe, who really was a major figure in African cinema. Still is a major figure, but we haven't heard too much from him, let's say, in the past fairly, the 2 decades, I have to say, in terms of film production and so on, but was really very important at a particular moment in African cinema where there was a sense that things were beginning to happen in the Southern African region. I remember that very, very distinctly, that moment when people like Idrissa Ouedraogo, Suleiman Cissé, Gaston, Yvonne Kabore, Fepasi, there was a kind of southward move of African cinema at that moment. Jean-Pierre Bekolo, obviously. So a number of filmmakers who were trying to see what can be done to decenter, if you will, certain practices of African cinema. And Zimbabwe at the time played an extremely important role. It has not since maybe Simon's departure. But it was certainly a key place. I literally distinctly remember how, in fact, it undid the careers of some filmmakers. When you think about people like Idrissa Ouedraogo, for example, and the move toward making films in English in Southern Africa, had some backfired on some of the connection, let's say, with the old colonial masters in France, for example. Our third presenter, Fibby Kioria, is unfortunately not yet with us. We're trying really hard to connect with her. She's in Kenya. And she's a curator, works with Maisha Lab, has been on multiple juries, and would have really brought us, and we're still waiting for her to come, brought out some of her experience in, let's say, curating a series of continent or region-wide screening, such as the Sembeno across Africa, which started 3 days ago and is still going on today, actually. I'm actually supposed to be on one of those sessions after this panel. And on what you call the Maniata screening, which you organized during the lockdown. So I was very much looking forward to also looking at these new practices, exhibition practices in the online context. But for now, I'm going to go back to our panelists. So we're going to start with Robyn Aronstam. And the title of the presentation is In Search of an Archive.
Many thanks, Abubakar, and I'm honored to join this panel discussion. I've worked in film since the 1980s, and in those trenches, I've made documentaries. I've made documentaries for trade unions. I production managed the official ANC history, Ulibambalinga Shoni, in 1992. Also written and directed for local TV. And then went into feature filmmaking as a script supervisor, making films around the world. I never realized when I was doing these just how important it would be to look at an archive for these works. In those days, you were lucky enough if you came away with a VHS with your film on that you'd worked on. And then when it progressed to perhaps CDs, and now perhaps a digital section, a section on your own computer, where you're fortunate enough to collect your work digitized. It's only in this period now when I'm actually engaging with a body of work that has been left to me that I've suddenly come to realize the implications as a filmmaker, but not just making, but actually preserving. So I'd like to share some of the pictures of Henyan Han. They would have been clips probably from his film, Letter to My Cousin in China, which addresses so many of these issues so cogently and artistically. However, we're on film unfriendly Zoom, as we've discovered. So I'm going to at least show some of his photos from his collection on his mother. Henky, if you could bring those up, please. Are they up? Yes, okay, perhaps we're just not seeing them on YouTube. We're on Zoom, okay. So Henyan Han was born in Johannesburg in 1952 to immigrant Chinese parents. I think in that first pic, I'm not sure where you are in pic 1, you'll see a baby Henyan with his mum. And then in the second pic, you'll see the Han family. Henyan was the first son after 3 girls. They were so excited, they tried again, got another boy. And then when the 6th daughter came, I believe they stopped. His father worked at the Taiwanese consulate and had a passion for 8mm home movies. Henyan belonged to the Market Photo Workshop, and he also worked for Pro Color in Braamfontein. And that's where he met David Goldblatt, who really promoted Henyan's artistry and became a form of a mentor to Henyan. I trust that we're now in the photos, perhaps at number 4 or 5, Hanky, somewhere around there, where we see the series on his mother that he shot in the 80s during her last years when he took care of her. She suffered from what was labeled in those times as manic depression. And I think that you'll find that these photos are representative of a larger sense than just of his mother, but of a space, a diaspora lost in the world that they may have found themselves in. Henyan taught at Wits, which is where I met him in the 80s. And then he went on to a Fulbright from the Art Institute of Chicago, where he received his MFA. He came back to South Africa. He directed documentaries, a great one on J.M. Coetzee, and he became a very respected film editor. A lot of people consider him the expert on Mandela footage, archives, as he's worked on many of those films. His acclaimed documentary, Letter to My Cousin in China, is a film about his family, his identity, his first generational need to trace his beginnings and his endings, and about the importance of burying the dead. Are we done with the photos, Hanky? Still going? Good. If you'll just go through those in terms of some kind of contextual placement around Henion's work from his mother's series. So when Henion died in 2018 from cancer, he left me his body of work. We had spent many hours together by that time, ordering his photos for the retrospective that he wanted so badly. I'm grateful that he was with me in terms of looking at his timeline of his life and his work. After Henion's death, I contacted several of his colleagues, some of them who worked at institutional archives, and I was pretty shocked that the pictures looked pretty grim around what we could do with his work. There appeared no obvious space nor money for exhibitions. No one was especially keen or could promise that his megs wouldn't end up stacked in the basement somewhere. There was a sense of overwhelmment around looking after people's work. Institutional archiving facilities seemed stuck and struggling to create that living space for the image, whether it be photographic or moving. So, as filmmakers do, I worked on making a plan. There always has to be a plan about the image. And usually the greater plan needed is about how to bring that image into being. And now I was confronting what you do with an image that is there and has no access. So a close friend and colleague, Christo Doherty, an admirer of Henion's work, was very valuable in terms of discussing and engaging in it with me. And we realized even though Henion may not be there to appreciate and enjoy an exhibition, that was our first route of possibility. Christo contacted the Wits Art Museum, and luckily both Julia and Fiona knew Henion's work and were admirers of it. So it was very gratifying when WAM agreed to a show of Henion's work. Christo and I decided that we would curate the best of Henion's photos, as well as show Letter to My Cousin in China and several other short films in a black box within the exhibition space. So we plunged into the difficult questions around crowdfunding, silver gelatin prints, dates, other pragmatics, and then COVID arrived. And with it, the sense of absurdity of spending so much on an exhibition that, especially in COVID times, had limited viewing and attendance, and which would also ultimately end up being stored somewhere underground. Just a PS is that later in COVID times, I would see well-resourced museums able to do massive digitization and put out exhibitions and viewings and open access to the work. For example, the Frida Kahlo online exhibition that Google Arts and Culture managed to do. So it was a fairly easy and seamless swap for Christo and I to speak about making a book of Henion's work. It would allow us additional input around writings, and we would still find a way to do a giveaway of the films. And it's something that I still plan to do. However, all roads seem to have led back to some larger essential questions about where does work go once it's made and its maker, the driving force, is gone. How does it endure? How does it persist? How does it fill in the narratives of our lives and our identity? So, as I've said, as an on-set filmmaker, those weren't my preoccupations. But now I was faced with the basic questions of how to digitize, how to capture the work, then how and where to save it. and all avenues in this process of dealing with an artist's estate led back to the essential conversation around digitization, storage, and then access, or more accurately, as I came to discover, the lack of it. So then it became about restoring and creating connections, the very theme of this panel. The option of commercial skilled companies that digitize the negatives is attractive, but it's very expensive, and it feels like a step further down the line when looking to print selected photos. So we started to ask ourselves, what happens if we manage to raise money from philanthropic friends, family overseas? What happens if we buy the scanner? We hire someone skilled to scan Henion's negatives. We could pre-sell the book, and in the process, we would be creating his archive. But I think what kind of knocked me over then is, but then what do we do with it? Where does it go to then? So questions arose. Do we need to reinvent the collective model to create new platforms for sustainable, profitable archival portals? The answer was hell yes. So yes, there are historical archives that have absorbed individuals' work, but those are mainly around the dominant narrative. And that's all well and good. We are happy and they are incredibly useful. But there are so many other images and stories needing a home. I think the thing that hit me really strongly is that photos need to belong somewhere to find a context for their preservation. And then I started asking myself, could we create this context through a repository? So I started looking around and speaking to people engaged in this process. I spoke to Tracy Marinik, a curator, writer, and art historian, and she inspired me greatly when she shared her impressive proposal that she'd already put out there for an archive. So she argues that much of the 80s and 90s work has been overlooked and is vulnerable to loss. These are other key narratives, fuller versions of stories, other voices that through the lack of resources and structures may disappear. Tracy has done great work with that. She conceived of possible connections with other archives. She incorporated skills development, mentorship, training, and even with such an excellent, well-situated proposal, she still had no luck. I struggled to understand it, and I asked Tracy to help me break down the challenges into a filmmaker's language that I could understand. What do you need for an archive? She told me, a scanner, a computer, cloud storage, external drive, skilled person, possibly rent. Could it be that easy? I wondered. Fortunately, the answer is not really. Engagement around possible models present more questions than answers, but they're good questions. They're questions that are worthwhile on a panel like this investigating. About an inter-archival system, forming alliances with others in our situation, many on our continent, to create the spaces, the pockets, the shelves for a Southern African repository where we embed our stories, our images, our films, our publications, our exhibitions. This could be a hold-all. It was open to shaping and experimentation. With the people who were still living, we could do interviews, we could do discussions, we could record those, we could have a background to so much of the material that wouldn't be there when you are rescuing archives from people who have gone on already. I was greatly liberated by Jihan El-Tahri in her presentation yesterday, when she was speaking of a source in which we don't get bogged down by the legal and copyright issues, a post-colonial space, conscious and all-encompassing rather than strict categorization. I mean, surely we can hashtag the hell out of every entry and connect the dots in a myriad of ways. We can shape the landscape that we want to inhabit. What about just getting it out? Not for nothing. Different memberships, different subscription models, different avenues of exploitation, different revenue models. If the images are used for profit, then deliver a share for the resources used. I mean, doesn't Shutterstock manage that? Do we rent space from Amazon, or Microsoft, or Google, but purchase our own server and backup? Do we find a host? Do we pay developers? Do we pay for traffic and a domain name? Do we outsource it? Or do we develop in-house collectives that find a way to do all of these things? I know about the battle to reshape intellectual property. I mean, these days you can pirate anything, anywhere. What is out there seems to belong to us all. And what is ownership in a digital world fit to burst with content? Is there another way to look at it? So what I came away with is that we can work on the structure and the rules if there's the passion and the need for it. But if we get bogged down, then nothing will birth. So what may start as a collective or an NGO has the potential through its shaping to extend into monetization, breakaway shoots of different companies that form a larger body of the work. Yes, archives may not have fared well in universities. Perhaps it's been problems of centralized financing or university politics. And yes, some NGOs left the universities, but many are now going back as it's cold out there. So does one perhaps register as an NPO, non-profit organization, ingest the work, set up various fundraising measures, include competitions, talent spotting, makers out there, their reward being the housing of their work on the server? Do we perhaps set up a public benefit organization with SARS, our revenue collection service? Do we aim to raise money from international funding, from academic institutions? I've been engaging with an academic, Ruth Simbal, who's doing incredible work in the Africa-China connection. And in one of her books now, in a book now, she has a chapter on Henion's film, Letter to My Cousin in China. And I'm so mortified at how many questions she asks me that I don't know the answer about. But I also know that were there some funds or resources, I could gather that through his family, through the Chinese community in Johannesburg. We could be expanding and growing it into something useful for everybody. I think that also if we set up a conservation center, it can still branch out into commercializing aspects of that library, so that ultimately we create our own sphere of images with allies sharing the same continent and similar histories. I'm really reassured by the intrinsic link to my co-panelists. I'm connected to Simon's experience by having cut my teeth making films in Zimbabwe and Mozambique in the 80s, by getting a sense that it wasn't only the Canon films in South Africa that were to be my métier, but also that there was the possibility of shooting in different ways. And I work with Fibby. She works with Maisha as well, with Mira, and we have those possibilities. So just in conclusion, I'm seized by these thoughts of working on exhuming what could be lost. A mirroring of Henion's work that literally captures the exhumation of his mother's bones in a family's pursuit of identity and belonging. And now I seek, alongside others, the urn, the crucible, the landscape that will allow for a living archive. And as John Akomfrah said yesterday, and it resonated so deeply, in the absence of other tangible evidence, I'm seeking its home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It obviously opens up a lot of things, but since we are pressed with time, I'm going to move on directly to Simon, and then I will come back with the questions. Simon, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks very much, Abubakar, and hello to Robyn. I thought that was a very inspiring speech, Robyn. You touched, well, you created a number of very interesting possibilities for for keeping our archive alive, and especially on the African continent. But anyway, firstly, I must really appreciate the work of Pervaiz and Cynthia for this very interesting seminar and for bringing people together in this way. My talk is about the transformative power of archive and the way that it triggered transnational Southern African cinema in the 1980s and 1990s. This movement has been forgotten since then, but its history remains in memory and in the archives, of course. In 1980, two events changed the face of Southern Africa. First, Zimbabwe achieved majority rule, and the second for me was when I watched a film called Phamberi in Zimbabwe. It was about the Zimbabwean election. When Zimbabwe became independent at that time, it is easy to forget the huge impact that it had on the whole region, enabling the creation of the Southern African Development Coordination Community, or SADCC. This regional union created the united framework needed to resist apartheid. It inherited the legacy of the frontline states and their solidarity faced by the terrific abuses and attacks of apartheid. The member states, especially Angola, played a key role in the liberation of Namibia and the final overthrow of apartheid. And this, in a way, is a history that's also been forgotten. But remember at that time that films about the independence struggles in Southern Africa and all over Africa were dominated by the style and perspectives of Western news, of BBC, indeed of Rhodesian film crews. So when I came to see Phamberi in Zimbabwe, it was a brilliantly fresh perspective on the fragile ceasefire and ending Zimbabwe's war of liberation. It gave voice to the leaders of the Patriotic Front. It showed the extraordinary melding of the warring factions, as well as the drama of the election itself. The idioms and styles of the music vividly helped to dramatize the clash of cultures and ideologies that the Rhodesian Zimbabwean transition embodied, going from Chimurenga choirs to Bob Marley's Freedom Song, and via some rather sickly Rhodesian lounge music as well, to bring the spirit of the time. It was a regional co-production made by Mozambique and Angolan film institutes. The cameramen were João Costa from Mozambique, who I worked with for the next 20 years, and Carlos Enriquez from Angola, who has since sadly died. The perspectives of Phamberi were entirely different from that of any Western TV news or documentary. It was presented as a birthday present to the new Zimbabwe. Discovering this archival jewel of a film was as important to me on a number of different levels. It was a fine blend of third cinema documentary using local skills and resources of image and archive and fluent handheld guerrilla-style camera work. Its use of montage vividly demonstrated the clash of cultures and ideologies of the country transitioning from Rhodesia to Zimbabwe. It showed that regional co-production with crews from different Southern African countries working together could produce a very powerful documentary. Phamberi is a unique Southern African film about our own political transition. No one else could have entered under the skin of these events in the way that this film and these filmmakers did. Representing the complex nuances and fragilities of the ceasefire, Phamberi also placed the story in a historical context, embracing pre-colonial history as well as the story of the election. It realized a key Pan-African goal made at the now forgotten 1977 Maputo African Conference on Cinema by advocating regional cooperation in production and distribution. So inspired by this, combining our skills and resources against the very well-funded propaganda of apartheid was, we felt, probably the only way to develop cinema in our region. Together with Wilson Katio and Albert Chimedza, we organized the first Southern African regional film workshop in Harare in 1984 to kickstart the new Zimbabwean film industry. Seeking the advice of our Pan-African colleagues, we invited Djibril Diop Mambete from Senegal, representing the FEPASI, and Haile Garima came from the US, and Pedro Pimenta came from Mozambique. Watching, could you show the first slide, please? Thank you, Hanky. Watching Djibril Diop Tuki-Buki and Garima's harvest of 3,000 years, this was the first time Pan-African cinema had ever been shown in Zimbabwe. Out of this seminal encounter came the resolutions that laid the basis for future film festivals, beginning in the 1990 first Frontline Film Festival. We needed also some films of our own to show. I directed Corridors of Freedom, and I chose a SADC crew from Angola, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. Could we have slide number 2, please? So these were the same crew, apart from Martin Mahando from Tanzania, who had shot Pamberi in Zimbabwe. Most anti-apartheid films at this time focused on how Black South Africans were being victimized by apartheid. But meanwhile, on the ground, there was an unreported regional anti-apartheid coalitions were forming that needed celebrating. We were filming in and about our own territories, and we knew how to navigate them, and we knew the story on the ground. My perspective was that faced by the horrific violence of South African destabilization, SADC's regional cooperation offered successful resistance. And I wanted to show that apartheid was going to fail, as it did. Our 2 cameramen were João Costa from Mozambique and Carlos Enriquez from Angola, the same who shot Pamberi in Zimbabwe. Corridors was then the next step in the direction of a developing transnational filmmaking. We shared clear Pan-African goals for Southern Africa's future, and that helped in terms of the discussion and arguments that can break out in a crew. Can I show slide number 3, please? When completed, Corals of Freedom was distributed on TV from East Germany across Europe to Canada and PBS in the States. So the film also opened up international distribution for our embryonic transnational cinema. In the face of apartheid's successful and massively funded international propaganda campaign, Southern African filmmakers from Namibia, Angola, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe started work, and they produced great films like Maraquem, Borders of Blood, Destructive Engagement. These are some of the forgotten Southern African archives of the 1980s. The chain of reaction stemming from Pamberi in Zimbabwe led on to the formation of the Zimbabwe Film and Video Association, chaired by the late Stephen Chifanisa, and we raised funds to organize the first Frontline Film Festival in 1990. Could I have slide 4, please? Many great names of African cinema attended. This was a bringing together of Pan-African heroes like Gaston Cabaret, Suleiman Cisse, Djibril Diop Mambete, as well as many filmmakers from the SADC region. Significantly, South African anti-apartheid filmmakers, as well as representatives of the ANC and PNC, also attended. These had been excluded by apartheid from the richness of Pan-African cinema, and the filmmakers were introduced to a vision of Africa beyond apartheid. Could I have slide number 5, please? This festival was followed by 3 more. And also the first African Input TV conference was held in Harare. To this conference came Maghrebian directors and producers like Dora Bushusha, as well as the new wave of West African directors such as Idrissa Wadriago and Jean-Pierre Bekolo. They came to Harare. It seems ironic now to call Idrissa the new wave of African filmmakers, but he was in those days. This became a creative cauldron for the new cinema of Southern Africa. These meeting across borders and language barriers opened up a rich slate of filmmaking, mixing styles from North, West, and Southern Africa in a truly Pan-African way, according to me. Directors came from other parts of Africa to shoot their films in Harare, as Abu Bakr has mentioned earlier. Bekelo came from Cameroon and he made Aristotle's Plot. Wadriago came from Burkina and shot Kenyan Adams. Uzan Palsi came from Martinique with a Hollywood budget to make Dry White Season. And Raoul Peck shot his famous film Lumumba in Zimbabwe. I produced Mama Africa series with films by women directors from Tunisia, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa. And from that series, Fanta Nakra's film won a prize at Directors' Fortnight in Cannes. As the movement started maturing and apartheid was overthrown, the organization moved, called SACOD, running meetings and training programs throughout Southern Africa. And I want to stress really that in this limited amount of time, I can't do justice to all the achievements of the many other filmmakers who are working on Southern African projects in this rich period of time. So please forgive me if I've left you out. From watching the archive Pamberi near Zimbabwe in 1982, a chain of events gathered momentum which led to the flowering of an activist Southern African cinema in the 1990s, as the region was extricating itself from the death throes of apartheid. Could I have slide number 6, please?
Simon, so I'm going to butt in a little bit just because we are told that there's very little time left. So if you could wrap it up so that we can maybe throw out some of the major things out and then we'll come back with via the questions, if you don't mind. Yes, thanks.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to quote Gabriel Mondlane, chair of the Association of Mozambican Filmmakers, who confirmed this collaborative experience that I've described. Those days we knew each other's projects because we discussed them at Input SACOD and the festivals. We discussed films and helped criticize them. We helped directors to improve their stories before they raised money and before they began shooting. Today, people are not telling stories to each other because they think that their project ideas will get stolen. There is no trust between us because we have not been given the space to develop friendships or brothership. So, cutting to the chase, when I think of the healing, restorative, and recovery functions of archive, I realize that if one film can trigger the concept of transnational Southern African cinema, as I've suggested Pamberi in Zimbabwe did, is it not worth preserving the brilliant archives that exist in Harare, Maputo, Windhoek, and Luanda, not to mention South Africa? After all, we can't predict what future generations can do with this priceless material. Earlier in the year, I worked with UNESCO's regional office to begin to develop a project to support these national archives and to link them through a common website so they're accessible and usable. This is echoing some of the very important points that Robyn made. COVID stalled this project, which now needs to be revised. Key to any success is, I believe, to have the project owned by an alliance of filmmakers who use the material, academics who keep the history alive, and archivists who preserve the materials. Without such a plan, archives going back as far as the 1930s in this region will surely disintegrate. At the moment, those archives are being kept alive by the heroic effort of people like Ivan Murambiwa at the National Archives of Zimbabwe, at the Maputo Archive, and in Namibia. But I fully endorse some of the very interesting ideas that Robyn was coming up with about, basically, if archives are not used, if there's no engagement, we need to find models of engagement which will actually generate a lot of activity and a lot of new films by the next generation of filmmakers. And if we don't do that, we'll cut them off from an incredible resource. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Simon. Thank you, Robyn. This was really a fantastic presentations here that lead us towards the direction of really trying to set up, reinforce where it exists, imagine new ways, some form of archival infrastructure really across the continent, across the region where you are, but of course across the continent, and even in linking it to the diaspora. I should probably share with you at some point a text that I wrote maybe a year and a half ago. It's called Africa in the World of Film Archiving. It was published in the Journal of Film Preservation. And where I try to precisely lay out some of the issues that you are mentioning, going obviously from the extreme fragility of the archives across the continent. So the two examples, your two examples are really metaphors for what happened literally in each and every region. I would even say to a large extent, even each and every country of our continent. And so part of the impetus behind the article was precisely to argue along the same line that we need to do something. But what I get from your presentations is actually, I mean, there's a question of what to do and how to do it in some way, because of course we have when we think about the archival in Africa, I think there's a number of let's say lenses through which we can think about them. You obviously have, let's say, state-related, institutional-related archives, so to speak, that are to a large extent managed by the National Archives, whether cinema-specific or just broadly national. But you also have, let's say, because of course there's often in the African continent, there still is obviously a kind of tension between the artists, the filmmakers, and the state, right? And there are ways in which the state archive is not always necessarily a home for such, certainly by the managers of the state, is not necessarily a home for let's say the archives of dissensus, if I may call them so. And so so in some ways, other forms of other format, other platforms must be found along the lines of what Robyn is mentioning, to really create maybe something more on a sort of collective mode of archival practice, to precisely preserve for future generations the fantastic work that has been done in terms of both domestic context, but also in terms of the Pan-African film archive. So very exciting conversation. So let me see if we have some questions here. So somebody said, is the digital the only way to actively, collectively make the archive a mode of practice? Can we find other embodied ways of archiving, of making and archiving alongside the digital? So this is obviously an important question for us, in particular, since we are not, the digital, however accessible it is, also has, let's say, within it, a high degree of perishability, right? By the constant transformation that it goes through. And I think it sort of is a broader, I mean, we can link it to the specific presentations that we have, but also to the broader question of even more recent digital native practices of filmmaking that also need to find some form of home. And so if either of you or both of you would like to really address this question, is the digital the primary way forward here? What about also possibilities of the analog, so to speak, keeping in mind that the durability of analog is obviously well known, well sanctioned in this particular case.
I think it's hard for an artist to not want the best possible replication of their work. I think that given the amount of work, money, energy that goes into creating something, it becomes a priority that you do have the best possible medium for it to live in. And presently, that's what the digitization affords us. So it's also, I think, it equalizes things in a sense, in that there won't be some films that have a better locus or sense of space or belonging, but there is something that equalizes it also in terms of that in a repository. You will find work that can be used in any medium because the quality is sufficient around that. So I think in those ways, yes, I mean, as much as I believe that it would be fantastic to have a physical archives attached to whether it's an institution or whatever, where you could walk around and you could see the photos on the walls, and we're talking about a globalized world now where access is crucial in terms of that. So in my understanding is that having looked at, with Henion's work, he was so engaged and involved. Before he left us, he went to Silvertone in Johannesburg and spent so much money, and the joy of perfecting the digital image, playing around with color and looks and works. So I think at the moment it does afford the best opportunity for archiving, in my experience.
Yeah, I mean, there's a problem with the analog. For example, in the archives in Harare, they don't have power the whole time, and so keeping film at the temperature it requires to be kept at on the African continent becomes a very expensive and space-consuming activity. I mean, it needs to be kept, but digital just opens up so many possibilities. And the interesting thing for me about digital, I've used archive in a number of ways from digital sources, whether they're from telephone cameras, which I did in my film about Maswati, or when I made the film about Mugabe. We were simply shooting off screens using a video camera, but nevertheless, the image, I could still use it and project it in a room full of 200 people. The image was still usable. There's different kind of textures that different qualities of source material give, of course. So a digitized film is going to look different from a mobile phone footage of a riot in Mbaban or a riot in the streets of Harare. And all of those things give the textures and qualities that are useful. I mean, as we did for the Mugabe film, I can now say this internationally. A friend was recording from the newscasts of Pockets Hill, ZBC in Harare, Mugabe's speeches. He was recording them onto DVDs, and those DVDs were then being shipped out undercover to us. And we were then copying them and using those speeches. We could never have got permission from Pockets Hill, from the state television, to copy Mugabe's speeches. We were pirating them, of course. But I'm just giving an example of the way that the digital facilitated a process to make a film possible. I felt needed to be made.
Excellent, excellent. This obviously we can go in multiple directions with this. I mean, in some ways, let's say the two are not, let's say, incompatible. I certainly believe that part of the question has to do with, I mean, there are different layers, obviously, to the question of preservation. The dialectic between preservation and access, durability and affordability as well, which is also not an important question. Not to mention, of course, I think one key question that Simon alluded to, which has to do with this question of, let's say, when it comes to the physical archive, the question, if you will, of energy on our continent, right? So the challenge of energy on our continent, and the fact that almost not a single country on our continent seems to be able to run electricity properly from east to west, north to south. We seem to be challenged at that level, while paradoxically being the most energy rich from the solar standpoint of view continent. And so it seems to me that sort of the archival, sort of part of the question of the archival is so multi-faceted in that way, and certainly might also imply issues of research and development, either on our part or with people across the world, etc., to see how one could further, if you will, tap into or multiply the possible effects of the of energy, and for also having actual physical spaces where these archives could be kept, just in case Google goes down, for example, or the online world decides, Facebook collapse, etc., that we still have ways in which we are not really only, let's say, in debt, so to speak, to huge commercial entities that obviously would also have ways of commercializing archival work and so on and so forth. I would like to put in another question from the audience before we finish, because we have only 3 minutes. I see that. Or 9 minutes, I'm told. Okay. So why do institutions not further support the practical efforts of archiving rather than create contemporary work or focus on the more theoretical? Yeah. So they seem, apparently, according to the question, a certain tendency to emphasize the now, the contemporary.
So to get to the now, I mean, also it's something I've been thinking about deeply. And as much as in the beginning it seems like pipe dreams and all of that, I think that's where it starts. And I think that we're in a fortunate position that with the recognition of the global South, we have the promise of alliances that we haven't had before, an understanding of how much they can give us. And I was thinking back also to in the 80s when we were having similar conversations in like the Film and Allied Workers Organization, when we were looking at models like with French cinema, how at every ticket that was sold at the cinema, there was a levy that went towards the production of local films. And I'm wondering about whether it's through the NFEF in South Africa, the Department of Arts and Culture, any institution, any project that comes to shoot here internationally, what about a line item that is 0.5% of the budget or whatever it may be, goes towards the archiving, a living archive, something that whereby what you have used and what you have experienced here gets regenerated, a repository is formed, and it's for your benefit as filmmakers, as students, as your children one day who want to look at your work. So initially, I do think that there is something to be looking at reframing our minds as filmmakers, just like I've had to, from coming on set where you don't think about those things, to a situation where I'm looking for films to show my students, and I'm searching short films under 24 minutes and that, and I'm like, how come that someone hasn't cashed in by like buying, housing, getting those films, charging a membership fee, giving it to institutions at this rate or whatever, something along those lines. And I do think there's something worth looking at there, but there's going to have to be a superhuman drive, and I think it's going to have to come from all of us on the continent.
Well, I second what Robyn says there about the importance of thinking deeply about and going beyond thinking, actually. And this is going to bring me on to a question that I'd like to put to you, Abubakar, about the ways to carry forward this archival project. I mean, there have been some very interesting possibilities discussed today in our panel. And I'm sure that you, Abubakar, are also working on some, well, I know that you're working actively, very actively, to conserve West African cinema at least. So after the seminar is finished and the excitement has died down, Abubakar, what will you be doing, and what will Wits University be doing, and about helping us actually carry this forward, picking up the strands with UNESCO Regional Office, for example, putting some of Robyn's ideas down on paper, and building those consortiums, which we already have. In a sense, those consortiums are a revival of the collaboration that existed in the 80s and 90s. So that I'm still in touch with Gabriel Mondlane. He's one of my really good friends in Mozambique. I'm in touch with Angolan archive through Bridget Pickering. We've got access to the Namibian archive. You've basically got a grassroots network ready at your disposal. Which way are you going to take it, Abubakar?
No pressure.
You said I hadn't been doing anything in 10 years.
Here are a few pointers. I think that one of the reasons, if you will, that we are having Reframing Africa in South Africa is precisely, I think one of the reasons is that, at least infrastructurally speaking, it seems to be slightly doing better than many of our other countries to some extent. And you mentioned Wits. I think one of the things that I would like to see personally would be, let's say, if we were to take, let's say, the papers of South African cinema, just without even going beyond, and potentially opening up to the region, but let's say South African cinema. If there could be, because Wits hosts, if my memory is correct, the Mandela Archives and many other archives, surely they could take care of the papers of South African filmmakers. So if there could be a kind of wing within Wits that would open up to welcoming this, because it's 125 years of film history in this, in this country. Yeah, that would welcome them, including the work of Ngakane himself, a student of Wits, Robyn's partner who taught at Wits. So the Wits connections are so multiple that there's hardly an argument to make about the need for the university to engage, really take Reframing Africa very seriously as an invitation to broaden up its understanding of the archive, of let's say the paper side of the archival, by including the cinematic. And so we started having a few conversations around it, but I think we should push it further. And one of the things that I said, I recall at the end of our first Reframing Africa, which was 2017, is really that we create we are if in effect a lobby now. Reframing Africa can in effect be a lobby now, because we have a significant mass or group of people involved from South Africa, from the rest of the continent, from the diaspora, with different positions. We have archivists, we have filmmakers, we have academics, we have historians, etc. We have curators, should I say. And so that itself can become now like sort of a Reframing Africa pro-archival lobby, so to speak, that could articulate the concerns of the archival to various entities. So we can talk about, let's say, the South African State, National Film and Video Foundation, the National Archives of South Africa, which exists, were part of the panel, one of the panels last year. And so we should follow up with that. There's no reason why the National Archives should be primarily the archives of the state. In other words, there should be a place for individual filmmakers, collective, etc. So the kind of stories that both Robyn and you are talking about, right? So that's just one axis. That's only one axis. Within, obviously, we are, we are also part of the Pan-African Federation of Filmmakers, which has as one of its projects precisely this idea of helping put in place continent-wide infrastructure toward archiving that is not only physical but also is digital. That, of course, is long-term, both short-term and long-term, requires funding, requires what more importantly, I think, which goes back to Robyn's point, what I call archival consciousness, the raising of archival consciousness. That word, which used to be a bad word when we used to talk about political cinema at some point, has never been more useful than it is right now. So there are 1,000 of potential ideas that could be implemented in the process to create. I, for example, one of my fantasies is to have on the African continent on a daily basis something like an archival minute, let's say on radio, for example, on television, for example, yeah, where we would just show one particular moment in the history of the country or the country's relationship to the region or to the continent or to Pan-Africanism or to globalism or to any number of things that precisely would slowly help insert the archival into literally a lived existence, yeah, so there's a multiplicity of axes that we could do, but so one of the most wrap up, thank you very much. One of the most important things is precisely to keep in touch after this. In other words, after the conference is over, we obviously also have other kinds of lives, etc., which have their own demand. But if we can really create that collective, that alliance, I think the word is even more appropriate. I think there's no doubt that we can draft together some forms of ideas so that we could collectively, with our various connections, network, etc., actually bring into being some radical transformation on the archival map on our continent. And if it is on our continent, it will be in the world as well. So these are some of the ideas that I'd like to share.
Bakar, we need an old-fashioned concept. We need a reframing manifesto. But to arrive at that point, you probably remember all the manifestos.
Yes, many manifestos.
And they're actually quite useful, I think. They're like a shopping list.
Yeah.
But I think, as you said, maintaining contact. So perhaps we could ask Pervaiz if he would create a chat room where these discussions, there's quite a few points from the seminar that I would like to follow up with about the Serbian filmmaker stuff. And so a chat room where these kind of discussions can carry forward and then begin to take shape, under whoever's leadership, not mine.
Very good. We have to wrap up, unfortunately, we passed that time. So I would like to thank you both for both a really exciting presentation and exhortations, shall we say, towards really passing from, obviously, there's no theory without practice. There should also be no practice without theory, obviously. And so sort of linking these two aspects in really creating, because it's a really call from the heart that we're hearing, and it just empirical observation across the continent makes it even more urgent for us. So let's do it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, hi everybody. Welcome. My name is Reece Auguiste, and I have been charged with moderating this panel of highly accomplished film artists. We are elated that you could join us for this afternoon's event or morning's event, depending on which time zone you're in. It's certainly morning for me. The title for this panel is Talking About History in Fiction and Fiction in History. As the title suggests, we are here to engage in what I believe will be a critical dialogue through argumentation and reasoning about history in relation to the fictional form, in particular, colonial histories and the various manifestations of post-colonial historical movements in Africa and the African diaspora. To be more specific, we will endeavor to explore with our panelists the multiple ways in which historical events and the visual representation of such events are often rendered into fictional form or dramatized in motion picture arts. Central to this effort is the ontological and epistemological location of the archive as historical signifier and its multiple structuring presence in African cinema and cinemas of the African diaspora. In other words, we wish to explore how the archive itself becomes a structuring agent, a life-giving force in the unfolding of narrative and the construction of representation. Evidently, this raises epistemic issues pertaining to methodological approaches to the archive and archive use, the filmmaker's interpretation of archival artifacts, and their multiple historical meanings, their semiotic weight, or the semiotic weight of the archive, if you like, and the ethical in archival representation. Of even greater significance is the epistemic relationship between the archive and its deployment in the construction of fictional narrative form. The archive is always historically situational. It has an inherent epistemological instability. We tend to approach it through different epistemic lenses, and our interpretations of it can radically transform our understanding of history and our location in history, precisely because history is embodied and articulated through the archive. All three panelists have grappled and are grappling with this issue in their film practices or their filmic practices as researchers, writers, and filmmakers, directors, producers. With us today are Frances Ann Solomon, who hails from Trinidad in the Caribbean. She is an award-winning filmmaker, writer, producer, curator. She was producer and executive, so she was a producer and executive producer of several BBC films in the UK, including Love is the Devil by John Maybury and Speak Like a Child by Black Audio Film Collective. She's also the director of A Winter Tale, which won the Paul Robeson Award for Best Diaspora Film at FESPACO. She's also produced documentaries as well as television shows. She's the founder of Caribbean Tales Media Group, which is based in Barbados and Toronto. And it is a group of companies that creates, produces, markets, and sells Caribbean themed and television context for global audiences. In 1919, she produced an extraordinary film called Hero, inspired by the extraordinary life and times of fellow Trinidadian Ulrich Cross. For those of you who have not heard of Ulrich Cross, and there is no reason why you should, because he's been buried in the archive for several decades, Ulrich Cross was a central figure in the Pan-Africanist movement. He was a contemporary of C.L.R. James, George Padmore, Kwame Nkrumah, and Julius Nyeri. So welcome, Anne Solomon. The other panelist is Felix de Roy, and he hails from Curacao in the Dutch Antilles or the Dutch Caribbean. He's a graduate of NYU Film School. He attended NYU at the same time as Ernest Dickinson, with whom he's worked quite extensively, as well as with Spike Lee. He's a poet, a painter, a dramatist. He's a filmmaker. He's also an actor of both stage and screen, and he's a curator. He also has one of the largest, I believe he's curated one of the largest collections of African art that I know of. And he's also committed to making films in which the language is in Piapamento, which is a Dutch Caribbean language with very strong African foundations, spoken in Suriname, Curacao, and of course, parts of Guyana. His films are Desiree, which was made in 1984, Almacita, Soul of Desolato, Ava and Gabriel, of which there are excerpts of associated with this particular panel, Marival, Muhe, Frida. He is currently playing one of the leading roles, an extraordinary performance in the film called Bulato, which just received a major award in the Netherlands. And he is a committed artist, and he's committed to advancing the African diasporic culture on screen and on stage. The other panelist is Amel Shivji. He is from Tanzania. He is a filmmaker. He's also a professor at the University of Dar es Salaam. His company is called Kijiweni Productions, and is committed to telling historical narratives and cultural narratives pertaining to Tanzania and Zanzibar. So he's very regional, but the regional is also global, and he is committed to portraying the significance of both the colonial and the post-colonial experience in that particular region. He's also the founder of Kijiweni Cinema, where he hosts monthly film screenings and facilitates discussions and conversations about African cinema, politics, and cultural representation. He has written, directed, and produced 2 short fiction films, Shushine and Samaki Amachangani. Both films were screened at the International Film Festival of Rotterdam, as well as FESPACO in Burkina Faso. His debut feature film, Aisha, has been exhibited at international film festivals. He is currently editing his feature film project, which is an adaptation of a novel by the Zanzibar novelist Adam Shafi. It's a novel called Vuta and Kuvute, translation Tug of War. And I would like to welcome all our panelists to this session. I would also encourage you to please post your questions in the chat, and I will, as moderator, ask those questions to our panelists. The first panelist who will do a very brief presentation on his work is Amel. Take it up.
Thank you so much for the introduction. As you mentioned, I'm based in Dar es Salaam, and we recently wrapped on a feature production called Vuta and Kuvute, A Tug of War. The film is set in the 1950s. It's based around what in Swahili we call the Zama za Siasa, which is a period of time in the 50s, especially on the island, where there was this political awakening. And there was a lot of activism, a lot of political activity around anti-colonial work. So I've always been very amused by Zanzibar as an island. My family is originally from there, and my entire childhood, I would go out there every holiday we would get, whether it was 2 days or 2 weeks. So when I started researching and learning more about that time, the 50s, and how prominent it was in the island and how much activity existed, whether it was through political education or different forms of activism, through music, and also through political lectures in public, I wanted to tell that story because I hadn't heard it, even though I had been around the island so much. Then I found out that there was a book that was written in the 70s and published in the 90s called Vuta and Kuvute by Adam Shafi. And Shafi is from Zanzibar. He was actually a political prisoner there in the 70s. And the entire novel it captures in such a beautiful way what happened in the 50s and the different movements that existed, while also it involving a love story between different races. And historians of the time, until now, they sensationalized Zanzibar as always this racial war that led up to 1964, that led up to a big massacre. And I always kind of read it through that angle. But after reading a novel, a piece of fiction that was based around the time, you understand how nuanced and how much more complex that time was. So I started researching and doing more work around the novel in 2016. And during the research process, we realized, me and my researcher, that the archiving that existed, all the visual mediums that existed about the 50s, was completely through British colonialism, through the lens of British colonialism. So while we're watching some of the videos through, Colonial Pathé or some of the stuff they put online or through the archives, every time the person who would take center stage would be the colonialist. And the native, the Zanzibari people would always be in the background, just staring at the camera or quickly running away. So we would always have to hit the pause button every 30 or 40 seconds to actually see our own people and to see what they were wearing and what jewelry they were wearing and what kind of bicycle they were using, in order to understand how to visualize the film and the mise en scène that we wanted to create right now in 2020. And that process made us realize that we don't know our history. Our narrative has been completely dictated to us through colonial archives. At no point was I able to find our own local archives. Like, how do you twist the gaze? How do you change the lens? How do you subvert the story? So in that process of pausing every time and zooming in and taking a screenshot of what a woman in Gambo, the other side of town, was wearing and what kanga color she was wearing, I would have to, that process of pausing and taking a screenshot would make me realize that we're rewriting history, but this time from the perspective of the oppressed, right? And a lot of people, when they heard I was making a period film, they were saying, oh, that year you have to represent that event, and that scenario was representing a certain date. And this approach of historicism, of creating chronology of events, was not what I was interested in. Rather, I really wanted to be able to create dialogue and talk about a time that we don't really know about very well, because it's always been told from the perspective of the dominant and not the dominated. So it's been a very interesting process of research for us. And then when we went into production, every corner of Zanzibar we would go film in, people who were walking the streets, when they would see the wardrobe and they would hear the kind of language we're using, would come in and talk to us and say, yes, my grandmother would tell me about that story. My father witnessed this when he was younger. And immediately the film became much more than just this period drama that we're going to release next year, but it became a communal event. So every day on set, people will come in just so that they could either hear or experience once again a piece of time in their own lives or in their parents' lives and their grandparents' lives that has been erased, forcefully erased from their memories. And I think for me, the idea of fiction and history almost kind of, they would interchange, because, what is history, right? We have to recontextualize the position of history and the position of the historian here, because history, it's fiction, it's mythologies, it's how we understand it. We create history in the present. So me being able to look back at these things, to speak to people now, obviously everything comes from different angles. Everything's politicized, everything has a bias. So it wasn't about trying to find a balance. It was actually trying to find the story that is immediate to tell based on contentions that exist right now and what crisis we need to address. And the crisis right now is about the Zanzibari people, the suffering that they go through, whether it's between them and the mainland in the contention of the union politics, or as African people in the global sense. So how do you address their grievances and their suffering, this contention of telling history again? And a lot of times I found it quite hard to try and portray a truth, an accuracy. And during the process and speaking to people, a lot of times during the research, you'd find people just wanting to talk about the 50s, but then leading up and talking about 1964, which is when the Zanzibar Revolution happened, but also there was a massacre. Tens and thousands of people were killed. And after 64, we've never been allowed to speak about that time again as a negative event. It's always been considered a positive event. And the state has made sure through education or re-education and through advertising, through political narratives, that we're not allowed to talk about the actual suffering that happened during that year. So when I was doing my research and wanting to talk about the 1950s, everyone in the island of Zanzibar said, you must talk about 1964, because we've never been allowed to talk about that. There's been this gag order on us. But I can't do that because I wouldn't last 2 hours on the island after the film came out. So the idea was to create a film that allows you to address that time in the 50s leading up to the 1960s, to create some sense of dialogue or a space where a conversation can happen. So hopefully, I mean, fingers crossed, when the film does come out, the research that we've done and compiled, we've attached booklets and pictures and a new source of archiving that we've collected through primary sources and also secondary. The screenshots that we're taking from the British perspective, but like zooming in into the people that actually are supposed to be on the front screen. We want to attach that to the film so that in a way we're rewriting this narrative, but we're being very conscious about what perspective we're taking. So, you know, it's not like trying to correct anything, but it's actually just telling history from the perspective of the people themselves. It was also something that we took into consideration in the editing process. So as we're editing the film right now, we started with a linear story of, you know, I'm sorry, have I even summarized what the film is about? Let me just quickly do that. So it's about two lovers, star-crossed lovers, Dengue and Yasmin. And the entire film there, it's a series of missed opportunities, never able to kind of be together because of the colonial regime. And that very vaguely divided society into tiers of race, which wasn't the situation in Zanzibar prior. And also they couldn't maintain these divisions of race during colonial regimes because Zanzibar is such a small island. At the time, I think there were 300,000 people. So there was a lot of interracial activism against colonialism. So in this way, a lot of historians that have written about Zanzibar focus and sensationalize race. So in the film, what we've tried to do is take people from two different races, Yasmin and Dengue, an Indian Zanzibari and a Black African Zanzibari, and bring their love together to identify what solidarity meant when it was fighting a political regime. So trying to take that approach and being able to talk about that in the editing process, we thought it would only be fair in the culture of third cinema is to also tell a non-linear story. Because the traditional way of telling a story, a series of chronological events, again falls into line with trying to represent or portray a certain truth, which isn't the story that, it's not something I'm trying to do personally. It's very conscious that we're trying to portray resistance that existed and resistance that exists now, and how we can make those relationships between then and now. So even the approach we've taken in editing, we've used a non-linear approach and tell the story, and, you know, with a series of flashbacks between the characters, but also moving around the timeline. And that conversation, almost, if I can call it a dialectical conversation between images and sequences, allows you to create new ideas to discuss in the contemporary nature of Zanzibar and the politics of the island, which is not something that's been allowed to happen. So also trying to circumnavigate yourself around state censorship, around speaking of that time, you do it by making the timeline of the film less linear. And this artistic approach allows you to actually speak to something that is happening politically. And that's been quite exciting for us in the editing process. I have a series of pictures, stills from the film that I'll show you in the last couple of minutes of my talk. But another thing that we found out was that Zanzibar, because of the lack of formal archiving of the people and its culture, there was a lot of music, you know, oral tradition obviously is huge in African culture, but through Zanzibar was through Tarab music, which came from the Middle East. Egypt especially, it's where it's initiated from, and then further on from the Middle East, Tarab culture entered Zanzibar. And a character some of you might know, a person, a historian, an artist, Siti bin Saad, the first African woman to be signed by Columbia Records, would sing in Arabic, in Tarab music, for the royalty, the Omani sultans, and so on and so forth in Zanzibar. But then she went on and started taking Tarab music and singing it in Swahili to the people, the everyday people of working class areas where she was from. This was a huge step because she wasn't partaking in folklore anymore. It wasn't like, let me find a way to maintain our history. She would find social events, contemporary events of the time, and then address them through music and song. The most famous thing about Siti is that she had a very amazing reputation, was well known for being able to write a song within 5 minutes of hearing a story. So in that way, you have a situation where Siti bin Saad is a historian, but also an activist at the same time. So when we created our characters for the film, based on the novel, we took a lot of poetic license, obviously. I wanted a character that represented Siti bin Saad, but not take over Siti bin Saad. So Yuma, who plays a Tarab singer and sings her music, we had to make a decision whether we should call her Siti. And the reason why we didn't do that was we felt that if we did that, we'll be taking away something from the historical figure. And rather, we would try to create a contemporary figure that is doing the same thing that she was doing, because that was one person doing it. There were many people doing it. So how do you represent, rather than individualize certain heroes or sheroes in history, how do we kind of represent them as movements of change, as agents of change historically and also contemporary-wise? But we use her music, and I think that for me was quite an important point to consider when we were recreating these characters. Maybe we could show the stills that we've got. I'm not sure if they're on or yet. I don't have them here. Okay, so I've been told they're on. Great. So the first still is the character played by Ikhlas Ghafoor, and the character's name is Yasmin. And here it's first night where she's betrothed to a man 3 times her age, and we use keeping her in a mosquito net to feel entrapped. And every time we filmed her before she runs away from a marriage, the frames are very tight. She's centered because she's the dominant actor, but it's very tight and very compressed because we wanted to feel the sense of suffocation as a woman during that time, not being able to make her own decisions, being forced into a marriage, and all the decisions being made around her. So that's kind of like the first part of the film where even the framing and the aesthetic approach to Yasmin, we tried to make it feel suffocated, but still centering her, because giving the idea that even in that moment, she's still her own actor. And the second one, again, you can see it's a similar approach. And here was a part where we really played with the idea of wardrobe. So the blue cover that she's wearing is called an abaya, in Swahili, baibui, for Muslim women. And she would wear blue when before she was married, and then she would wear black when she ran away. And the idea of the different colors of the baibui also kind of gave her a sense of autonomy. So these simple ideas of changing wardrobe and changing positioning of framing gave this character a more authentic autonomy. Because I remember a conversation was when I was telling this story to someone, someone's like, oh, you have such a feminist character. And feminism right now is very important, and et cetera, et cetera. The kind of mainstream conversation on feminism came up with the film. And for me, I never looked at it as feminism of Yasmin addressing patriarchy, but rather it was feminism as just taking center stage in a political movement. And that's the feminism that she carried. And I think it's the feminism that a lot of women carried in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, maybe even to the 80s. It was about fighting the system, the political factors at play. At that time, it was colonialism. So I think for me, trying to take this approach in telling the story, in the framing and in the wardrobe, allowed us to bring out much larger conversations that we need to have right now in current situation. The next still is, we shot this at the Old Fort. For those who've been to Zanzibar, I'm sure you've been there. It's one of the major tourist attractions, unfortunately. The Old Fort was built by the Portuguese, and the Omanis also took it over. I mean, the Omanis and then the Portuguese. And what it represented was that it represented this sense of initial royalty, but then after the revolution, it became a prison camp. That still resonated with Zanzibar people. Because if you have an entire generation of people who haven't been allowed to talk about the mass killings of 1964, by bringing in these images that have been completely co-opted by the tourism sector and been commercialized, and replaying certain events that have happened there, like having the police and having the prisoners in that space, we were able to bring out many other conversations that the film is unable to bring out in 90 minutes. So a lot of the choices of locations came into play about how do we retell, or how do we talk about a historical space, but actually do justice to what it meant politically, and not just because it's idolized in Zanzibar as a place that has a lot of tourists entering. The next slide, this one is prisoners inside the prison cell. During the research process, we actually went to the same prison that exists today and is being used today, that was used in the 50s in the colonial regime. They haven't changed anything. It took me 4.5 months to get permission to get into the prison. When I got inside and they gave me a little tour of the place, we realized that it was in such horrendous condition and the prisoners were really suffering that we didn't want to film there anymore, because the idea of 20 crew members coming in and out as free men and women every day while the prisoners are just watching you, and who knows, like, the atrocities of injustice that have been created, that have been these prisoners have been subjected to. So we decided to film somewhere else, but use the production design team, because I was able to get some pictures of the prison and then recreate the space. But once again, because a lot of the actors were Zanzibari, what we did is we went to one of the famous hammam baths that was quite famous for Princess Salma and the Omani royalty in Zanzibar. And we decided to go to a place of royalty that's been signified as wealth and that represented Arab colonialism in Zanzibar. And we decided to make it feel like a British colonial prison. And for me, I think that was important, because when actors would come in, they would have this moment where they would usually know the space as a touristic site, but when they would come in and see the way we had made it and the wardrobe they were wearing, they would tend to realize in that moment that what these monuments actually represent. So there was a conversation even happening between the crew and the cast on set about how we talk about these spaces and these monuments that become idolized right now because they're, cash cows for the economy, but historically have been completely removed from any kind of context. The next slide is actually one of my favorites. Dengue, the character that's in the foreground, he's shaving while you have a picture of Kwame Nkrumah in the background. And Dengue is a young communist, the rebellious, frustrated young communist in Zanzibar who's quite dogmatic in his approach initially. Reading the text, he's studying the Soviet Union, translating pamphlets from Russian to Swahili, and idolizes these big men at the moment in time, from Nkrumah to Nasser. But at the same time, what I like about this is it shows you the internal. He's also like shaving to look good because he's about to go on a date with Yasmin. And I think those kind of contradictions were quite exciting to bring out in certain frames and in the story as well. And then the last slide is Mayuma, who's played by an upcoming artist who's doing quite well in Zanzibar, a Tarab singer called Siti Amina. And I had to convince her quite a lot to play the character because she never acted before. Actually, none of our actors had acted before, but she's a Tarab singer. And she's the one who embodies Siti bin Saad as a character. And I think what we wanted to do is, as opposed to embodying archives or embodying history through monuments and spaces, we wanted to do it in people, because people are the ones who carry histories. It's Zanzibaris who carry their own history. So instead of having Siti bin Saad being referenced in the film as a monumental icon of the time, we had her music being sung by a Tarab singer, which is Amina, who plays Mayuma. And in this space, she tells a story, but also is telling people in the immediate point of time to do things, to respond to the system, to understand that they're being oppressed, and how do you talk about oppression while there is a constant attack on the people by the state. There was a big decision about subtitling only her music in the film and not any other music, because we felt that by doing that, this is a way that we can really translate and speak to the story of Zanzibari people and Zanzibari musicians as historians and as activists in their own story. That's pretty much it from the side of the slides. I hope I haven't gone over time.
Yeah, we're kind of tight on time, so we have to unfortunately move on a little bit. But we can actually, I think through the discussion, you can address some of the other issues that you may want to explore. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for
okay, cool. So I will now ask Felix Leroy to give us an account of the, in his filmmaking practices. So how do you approach this question of fictional and the historical in your work? Evidently, Ivan Gabriel it's a fictional narrative, but obviously it's based in historical data, historical experience. and maybe you can explore some of your own kind of grappling with this connection between the historical and the fictional. Felix?
Yes, hello everybody. Listen, I would like to go back to my first Curaçao film, Almacita de Desolato, because for Almacita de Desolato, which is a film about the mythology of the enslaved on the island of Curaçao, where they speak Papiamento, and the Papiamento is actually a mixture of Luango, of Portuguese, Spanish, and some Dutch. It's really a very Creole language mixed from all of the colonial and the enslaved people on the island. And it's only spoken on the 6 islands in the Caribbean, because in Suriname, they don't speak Papiamento, they speak Sranangtongo. And Suriname is a huge, country on the continent, and there the Sranangtongo is African mixed with English. So it's a totally different thing that will return when we speak about Ava and Gabriel. But anyway, the whole thing is that in Curaçao, the archives are usually seen from the let's say the colonial perspective. But thank God, in the early 50s, a poet and a priest went with an old tape recorder to the interior of Curaçao to collect all the songs, the mythology, the customs of the descendants from the enslaved Curaçaoan people. And it's become a very rich archive. It's called Sambumbu. And also part is called Zikinza. And from those archives, we used the stories and blended the different fictional stories into one narrative, which came out in the film Almacita de Desolato, that also won the Paul Robeson Award in Vispaco. I think we were there together, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
In '86. Well, that was a way to use the perspective of the Curaçao people, whose archival treasure is in the oral history. And so we went back to the oral history, that these 2 gentlemen, they are actually saviors for Curaçao, cultural saviors, and the film was also dedicated to them, Almacita, because what they did, I think, in terms to preserve these very old songs, spiritual beliefs. I think it's for the consciousness of the islands as they are, has been very important. Now, the second film I made on the island was Ava and Gabriel. And let's say the historical reality behind that comes from 2 sources. In the 1950s, in 1950, there was a Curaçao painter, and he made a painting of a Black Madonna. Charles Corson is his name. And my father, who is a poet, was very inspired by that painting, and he made a poem, Madonna Preto, the Black Madonna. So they represented in the 1950 a part of the Curaçao culture that wanted to liberate themselves from Dutch colonialism. They said, we're going to write stories, we're going to write plays in Papiamento, we're going to make songs in Papiamento, and we're going in our art not focus on the Western image. So what Charles Corson did, he took a portrait of he made a portrait of like a Black woman who you could see had suffered all her life with an aura and a crown above her head. It was totally against all the known images of what Madonnas are supposed to look like. So this is one part of my inspiration, the interpretation of the classical Christian Madonna into a local woman who had suffered, you know, probably the racism and the colonialism of her time. Now, the second aspect of the storyline for Ava and Gabrielle is the fact that in 1954, I was born in 1952, a mute Dutch artist visited the island, and he had gotten a job to make a huge mural in a new post office. So they thought like, well, this artist is going to come to Curacao and he's going to make a mural that shows the progress and the industry, you know, because of the Shell refinery they had on the island. He's going to show the proud, treasures of civilization on the island. But Charles Eyck, he was not at all interested in that. He was totally fascinated by the Black population of Curacao, and he made a 7-panel painting depicting the working class Black people, the people who were tending the land, who were the fishermen, the women selling fruits in the marketplace. And when he showed the commission of the post office, which was of course part of the whole colonial system of the Dutch that had installed them on the island, they were not amused. They rejected it, and they said, we don't want to have this painting of all these, you know, Black working people, you know, in our new and modern post office. So it it was put in the cellar of the Curacao Museum, where it stayed for many years, I think till 2010, when I got it out and I found one missing panel, you know, that had been lost for years. Nobody knew where it was, and it's now reinstated in the museum. Well, anyway, those two events inspired me to fictionalize the story of Ava and Gabrielle. I said to myself, so what would happen if in 1948 a painter would come from the Netherlands to paint a Madonna in the church in Curacao, in one of the main churches, and what would happen if it turned out that the man, even though he has a perfect European technique, turned out to be a Black man from Suriname? And what would happen then? What would what would happen in the society? Would there be a conflict, you know? And of course, he's coming as an outsider also, you know, and also as an artist with a different view on the island than the local people might have. He causes quite a stir with the painting of the Black Madonna. And ultimately, this painting is not accepted by the society because the painter also has fallen in love with his model, and he paints her as a Yemaya coming naked out of the sea. And when that painting is revealed, everything ends, because this woman cannot be seen anymore, her image in a church, which is quite funny because in the film, the Madonna is like painted over with white. She's whitened away, you know, the story is whitened out. And at the end of the filming, there were people from the parish who said, oh, we like this painting very much. Can it stay in the church? And then the bishop said, no, we already, you know, we're very lenient by allowing, you know, the church to be the set for this film, but this lady is on the screen, and there's love scenes and you know, with her bare breasts, and now we cannot have an image of this actress, you know, be in the church. So, you know, that's in short is a little bit the story of Ava and Gabrielle.
Thank you, Felix. We'll come back to this particular film, and also Desolato, Almasita. I'll now ask Anne Solomon to tell us about her approach towards fiction and the historical. Anne Solomon's work uses extensive, or she makes extensive use of archives in Hero. And we're particularly interested in seeing how you brought the archive into the historical drama of Ulrich Cross's life. So this floor is for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You need to up.
Okay. More? Can you?
Yeah, I think you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, Reece. How are you?
I'm fine. Good to see you.
Good to see you. And good morning, Felix, the great Felix de Roy. It's wonderful to see you. Good morning, Emile. It's wonderful to meet you also. So the story of Ulrich Cross came to me via my parents, my mother. Ulrich was a friend of my family. He was Uncle Ulrich to me, or just Ulrich when I was being cheeky, as we often were with him. And in about the mid-2000s, my mother and another friend of Ulrich's, they all lived together in Trinidad in this place, this building on downtown. They decided that my mother and this friend of hers decided that they needed to make a film about Ulrich. A film needed to be made about Ulrich. And being the filmmaker in the family, they asked me to do it. And of course, I had no intention of making a film about my Uncle Ulrich. And, you know, for the benefit of my parents, you don't want to you know what I mean? It's just like, I'm going to let you down, you're going to get mad at me, and I have things to do and stuff like that. But the more I researched Ulrich's story, the more I realized that this was something that I needed to do. And originally it was supposed to be a straight biopic, a documentary. That's what they wanted. But the more I researched it, the more I realized that this was a bigger story than that. That this was a massive, epic tale that I needed to make, not for them or for me or for anybody, but for everybody. And that the world needed to know about Ulrich Cross, one of the unsung heroes of our narratives, of our stories. And that moment really came when I realized that I had to flip it into a drama, that it needed to be an epic drama, that he was a colossus that bestrode the known world, like many. That moment came when I really came to grips with the fact that, yes, he was the most decorated West Indian in the RAF in the Second World War. He studied law afterwards, and at a very interesting time in England in the 50s. He was a producer at the BBC, which I had been also. And then he was invited by Kwame Nkrumah to go to Africa, to go to Ghana as a lawyer in 1957, like on independence essentially. And he witnessed that transformation. And after that, he was sent by Nkrumah to Congo during the Lumumba crisis to kind of be witness to what was happening on the ground as the forces of imperialism murdered the democratically elected leader of the richest the richest country in Africa. And then he was invited by Nyerere to come and be part of the incredible movements that were going on in Tanzania. He went as a high court judge, but set up the first industrial court and was dean of the faculty of law in Dar es Salaam at a time when, you know, Walter Rodney was there, and so much was going on. And so he seemed to be that Forrest Gump person who was where, you know, everywhere that something was happening, he was there. And those, and I was just so moved by that we who had been taken from Africa really in chains, enslaved, you know, ripped from our people, were able to go back and be part of the healing, be part of the of the movement of history, the change that was brought about. I was incredibly moved by that. And in telling the story, of course, I didn't have any kind of budget to do a dramatic film across 3 continents, born in England, born in Trinidad, grew up in England, and then, you know, so much a part of the African movement. And so once again, which is my practice really, I went to the archive. And I guess my practice around the archive really is that, of course, as you guys have both said, when you look at archive, it's always from the point of view of because they were the ones that held the cameras, they were the ones who had the resources, and they were the ones who were telling the stories. It's always from the point of view of the imperial, the colonizers. But the trick really for me is to get behind it. And so very early on in my practice, I started taking archive and literally cutting into it, and then dramatizing scenes and intercutting that with archive, so that, you know, the first time that I did that, I made this film in the 90s about women who served, Black women who served, Caribbean women who served in the Second World War. And there was this, you know, I found this footage of, you know, a train leaving a station in England, and people on the platform doing like that, and the people on the train waving back like that. And I dramatized these 2 Black women in uniform who were on the train and waving to their friends on the platform. And I cut it into the archive and had them sort of wave and then, you know, fall up, and then I cut into them in the cabin, joking and laughing and giggling with each other and playing and smoking and doing all the things that we would do if the cameras had been on us, but they never were, you know. And so being able to start from the point of departure of the colonial footage, of the archive footage, and then literally cut into it, so that instead of white people waving to white people, you had Black people waving to Black people, and then go behind that to what the Black women were doing with their time, talking to people, doing all the things that they would naturally do as 3-dimensional human beings like you and I, just gave me incredible pleasure. And so that was a technique that I used in Hero. So, you know, his entire journey from Trinidad, it was hard to find footage of Trinidad in the 20s, but we did find footage, and again, cut into it. England in the 40s and 50s, the war footage. I literally took a journey of the mosquito, which I found, a film journey of a mosquito flying over Berlin, and cut Ulrich into that, cut, you know, him into that, and then cut a dramatization, and then on through Africa. And the footage in Africa, of course, and Nkrumah, you know, through the successive regimes that decimated the continent. A lot of archive was lost, but archive exists. And again, just giving Ulrich what was a front row seat on the independence movements, that he was there, he witnessed it, he was an actor, a key actor. And so dramatizing those moments and cutting them right into the archive throughout, whether it was the Lumumba crisis, showing what was happening behind the scenes with Lumumba when the cameras were on him, which we had the cameras on him, but what was he doing and feeling behind, kind of reinterpreting that from our point of view, which of course Raoul Peck did incredibly. I had my little go at reinterpreting it myself. And then in Tanzania, which unfortunately we just didn't have the money to go to Tanzania, but we did shoot in West Africa. So that's my practice really. I feel very privileged because I feel like those of us who were born in you know, post the 60s when independence came to many Caribbean countries, were born with with a perspective, with a we had the possibility of being born with another vision, another perspective, another optic than the colonial optic. And so it comes very naturally when we see images that don't represent us to just immediately flip it and show the opposite perspective, like the mirror reflection of that. I mean, I always call myself a child of independence, because those who came before were, you know, of that period. I don't know what else to say. Is that enough?
Oh, that's great. That's really fantastic. Because one of the things I do like about the work is the way in which you get the sense that Ulrich is actually in that historical moment. The way in which you can utilize the archives, which is what I mean by the archives becoming like a structural agent, where it helps to structure the narrative, but also places the historical figure within that space. So no, that's fantastic. There's a question here from Cynthia Cross, and this is for you, Frances. It says, it's interesting that you came to feel the need for an epic, Frances Ann. I wonder if you think there might be an equivalent female figure, and would an epic be a suitable genre, or suitable approach to rendering that life?
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like one of the things that happened, two things. One of the things with Ulrich's story, because he was completely unknown, a number of people said to me, one of the things they said was, it just really makes you see how many stories haven't been told, because he was just an ordinary man who had an epic life, you know, and we do have epic lives. That's the point. But my next film, I really want to return to telling stories about women, is about Claudia Jones, who was an incredible woman, a Trinidadian also, who had she grew up in America in Harlem, after leaving Trinidad at the age of 9, and then was deported as a communist. Well, she was a communist, but she was a civil rights activist from America during the McCarthy era by the House Un-American Activities, and landed in England with all these skills, and during what's called the Windrush generation, and really took the country by storm and left such an indelible mark on the UK. So that's one of my stories, and died tragically. All these people died so young, you know, because their lives, they were up against so much resistance. It was another way of destroying our resistance, was to just wear them down, they killed our heroes, they poisoned them, they murdered them, but they also just wore them down, and they died young. But, you know, I take solace from the fact that these were lives that were so well lived, you know, even though I'm older than all of them now. They achieved so much, and they were lives of joy and fulfillment.
Great, thank you. And the next question is for Felix. It says here, can you say something a little more about the oral histories you mentioned, and repeat the name of the man responsible for collecting them?
Yeah, but first of all, I wanted to congratulate Frances Ann for her film, because it was a revelation for me. You know, I never knew, this history of this, you know, extraordinary man from Trinidad and his influence in the whole African nationalism movement. And also what I really thought was very amazing was the way that you intercut the archives with the the live action. I mean, you really did a great job. I'm deeply impressed. And you you deserve all the medals and the respect with this film, Hero. It really, I tell you, that it really impressed me.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to react on that. Yes.
Thank you.
But now about Zikinza and Sambumbu. There are two gentlemen. One is called Alice Juliana. He's a Black Curacao poet, writer, freelance anthropologist, sculptor, and he worked together with Paul Brenneker, who is a Dutch priest who really took his vows of poverty serious. He lived in houses that he had built for the homeless, and he lived in one of them to be, and he went together with Alice. He went in the 50s to record all these stories, the songs, the traditional folkloric uses, old chants from Guinea that were sung already from the times of slavery. So, as I said, the two of them have done an incredible job of, registering and archiving the oral history. And what's beautiful also is that you can hear the people singing. You can hear the old people singing, the old instruments that are being used, and of course, it has a big influence on the Curacao culture, certainly in this 21st century. I just came from a theater performance that used the songs from Zikinza as the narrative line to tell something about the history of the island and the history of and the development of Papiamento. Yeah.
Okay, great. And Amil, could you speak to your approach to narrative in terms of this conundrum of history and fiction? You spoke about creating non-linear narrative structures. Could you say a little bit more about that in the context of your own practice?
Yeah, you always start writing a story in the most traditional format because you just kind of want to make sure that it makes sense. And I think reading the novel, especially one that was written during the time of the 70s, it was such beautiful writing. But one of my criticisms of the novel was that it still represented a little bit of some conservative politics in terms of gender, but also in the way it was told, it was almost that the author held your hand and took you throughout every kind of plot event and the series of events that happen in the film. And it feels you a little bit less, and you become a little bit less engaged with what's happening in the story because you're a bit dependent on the author or the novelist. And with film, there's so much more you can do aesthetically and artistically and technically when you're retelling and telling the story. So when we started editing the film in March this year, actually, before Corona, well, at least before we realized that there was Corona, we tried that traditional format first. And I think we took on that approach because in the linear storytelling format was to see what it would feel like and what it would look like. Because the advantage of cutting digitally these days is that you save and save as, you don't lose anything apart from just a lot of like your mental labor. So we told it that way and the story was strong, but it felt that there was something missing. And I think after a couple of cuts, we realized that the level of engagement with the audience and the story, again, was the thing. There was this gap, there was this black hole, because you were being led somewhere and there wasn't this huge payoff at the end. Whereas when we tried different formats, where we moved things around, we worked with a different editor, like I think this was maybe month 4 or month 5 into the editing process, even me, who I was researching and I wrote the script and I directed it, I instantly was able to connect to the characters in a different way. And I think that ability to do that in the editing process and to play around with the chronology of telling the story and different forms of narratives, it allows you to tell and retell a story that might be already have been told or people already know it. So the story of Zanzibar is very well known by the Zanzibaris, right? And this film for me is for the Zanzibari people. So what am I doing that they don't already know? Like, what am I doing to contribute or to intervene in this narrative? And it was by telling the film in a different narrative, not telling it chronologically, and in a non-linear format that allows me to really engage the audience and ask them questions that they haven't been able to ask before, because we haven't even had that story through this medium. So that was the most exciting thing in telling the film this way.
Okay, great. And Francis, what kinds of decision making was involved in your thinking through the life of Ulrich and determining which segments of his life to dramatize and which ones not to dramatize in relation to the kind of archival materials that you wanted to use? You mute.
I decided that what gripped me and what was of significance to a larger audience was his engagement with Africa, because it's a story that's not known, even by Africans. You know, even in Africa, a lot of people who are African in the audience really loved the film, but they said that what moved them most was that they did not know that we as Caribbean people came, you know, to help, because I feel like where we have a deep kind of repressed, covered up sense of loss and grieving for the being ripped from our friends and family and submitted to this traumatic experience through slavery that we are still healing from. On the other side, I feel like there was that sense of loss, but also I feel like a lot of Africans that I speak to, whether it's West Africans, or there's a sense of abandonment. They feel like we left them and that we went away and we didn't come back and that we don't care about them. I'm just talking about as a fundamental emotional level. And so that bringing together, that coming back together, that healing the wounds of history and telling a story that that the colonial powers definitely don't want us to reinterpret the 50s and 60s as a period when we broke free of the yoke of history and tried to take control of our own narrative and reconnect with Africa. They don't want. That's not the narrative that they want told. And so actually there was a great resistance by the official, by white people, a white industry to the story, because why would we be interested in that? Yeah, no, you're not interested because the point of departure of the story is that we were separated from Africa and now we were coming back, and you tried to stop us from doing that. You did everything you could and then you buried the history. So of course you don't want that story to be told. It's a deep impulse, but that's the story I wanted to tell because it's an incredibly hopeful story. It's a story that benefits not just the history books, but people today to know that we are so connected, that we came back, that there were so many minds who were, from the time of slavery, African people in the diaspora were yearning and planning and plotting and strategizing about return and redemption and healing of that terrible experience, and ongoing. We're still working that out. So for me, that was the central narrative. And so everything that I tried to pare it down, I think it did end up being a cradle to grave, but no, it stopped after he went back to Trinidad from Dar es Salaam. But I sort of funneled it through that vision, that's where, and so the film, I believe, takes off when the plane leaves the ground on England and he goes to Ghana, leaves it all behind.
Okay, wonderful.
Philip? May I say something? What I found very interesting in Hero and Ulrich is that he had this a very deep connection with Africa, but he had also a white wife. So for me, that's very important because it shows the duality of the character, the duality of this political views also, and it also, I think it reflects a little bit the greater freedom maybe that was developed in the Caribbean with interracial love stories. And I wanted to tell Emile also that there's a very interesting film made in Suriname, I think in the late 70s, early 80s. It's called One People from Pim de la Parra. and it addresses the story of an African man of African descent and an Indian woman in Suriname, and the problems they had with it. And even after the film was made, the lady who played the Indian character had to leave Suriname because she was threatened by the Indian community about, playing such a part. She had to flee to the Netherlands to be safe as a consequence of the film. So it might be interesting, just to know, that from Suriname, this film from Pim de la Parra, and it's called One People, WAN, people. Yeah. And I think it might inspire you, and also because I understood that the theme of your film was like that. And also what I thought was very interesting is if you could elaborate a little bit how you would take this period, story, and interweave it with the present, which is quite an interesting, I think, concept. To do that and go don't stay in the past, but take the present and mirror it to the past.
Yeah, thanks, Felix. And actually, just to link onto that, there's a question here for Amil, and maybe you can incorporate some of Felix's references into this. And the question refers to in your presentation, you made a reference to third cinema as being an influence. And we are thinking third cinema in the context of the historical and the fictional, because many filmmakers that fall within that particular field have also explored history and fiction, Usman Sembène among others. So what kinds of influences has third cinema had on your approach to storytelling? Could you expand on that a little bit more?
Yeah, thanks Felix, also for the question. One of the crucial things that when we started making the film, or actually during the research process, was we didn't want to make a film that just ended up being shelved somewhere in a history class and not being able to address what's happening now. It was always about the point of departure, as Francine was talking about as well. The point of departure for us was about addressing contentions that exist now in Zanzibar and what's happening to the people now, currently, and how do we address that through this film. So a lot of times it was quite easy to take the traditional approach of telling the story in a period drama, and everything happened and was past. But the way we've made the film, the language we've used, it almost at all times feels very immediate. Even the choices of location we used are spaces that you would arrive in. As soon as you get to Zanzibar, you would know these spaces, but give them the meaning that they meant politically for the people themselves and not what they mean now for the tourism industry. So all these choices are very conscious, so that it was very conscious choice so that the film does not feel stagnant and the story doesn't feel like something that was, rather that it feels that it is. And to speak to third cinema, it's been, it was a huge influence on me, has been, and will continue to be. Third cinema as a movement, it arose to oppose, really, the first and the second genres of second cinema, and also the first world, the big industry world, the tour cinema of Europe, third cinema in Latin America and Africa, like you mentioned, Usman Sembène being one of them. Global Rocha was written a lot about it, Fernando Solas, Julio Espinosa. They've academics and filmmakers around third cinema. They were able to make it tangible for me as a young student, for the first time grasping African cinema, my first year university. I had to leave Tanzania, go to Canada in undergrad university, and that's where I learned that there was even African cinema from the 60s. We don't have access to that here in the country. And so when I was able to get all this beautiful material, all these DVDs of African films, and watched them, I learned of the movement of third cinema. And when I read about it, and the dates on the PDF files, they were like 1968, 1969, 1971, but it felt so relevant to what we're doing now. It felt like this is something I can teach my students currently, and it can be implemented as a movement at this point right now. If anything, it's even more relevant now than ever. So for me, third cinema, I look at it more than just a movement. I look at this entire genre of filmmaking that we can tap into. Obviously, when you look at the so-called characteristics, it says location filming, shaky camera, which you'll find in the most Hollywood of Hollywood films right now. So it's less about trying to pay homage to the movement, but using the very crux of it, the very crux of the political intervention that it had for the people then, and how can we implement that now? So in the films that I'm making, I spend 2-3 years doing research and living in the space where I want to make the film. Not because I don't think I can make the film in less than that time. It's because you have to win the trust of the people in those areas. The film I made in 2015, Aisha, was set in a coastal village called Pangani, which is a 2-hour drive from the town, Tanga town. And I went there, I did my research, but I decided to live there for 8 months so that I can speak with the people, speak to the communities, and they can take me in. Because even me and other people from the city of Dar es Salaam, when we go to those areas, you can speak fluent Swahili, but you wear your Converse sneakers, you wear jeans, they call you Mzungu, which is Swahili for white man. And they don't mean white race, they mean you're a foreigner to us. Like who are you? We don't know you, even though they know you're Tanzanian. And so to win the trust of the people, because you want to tell a story that will not only reflect their lives, that will intervene in their lives, but you also, you bring a crew of 30, 50 people into a space that's not used to that much kind of activity. You are disrupting their lives, right? So we wanted them to be part and parcel of the film. So third cinema is the thing that taught me that and made me appreciate that. And without learning about third cinema, without implementing those, then those are the kind of problems we create as filmmakers when we go to communities and not pay respect to the people that we're making the films about.
Okay, great. And the next question is for Felix. What specific challenges did you encounter in making Avant Gabriel in terms of the historical representation of that period? In terms of your construction of the mise-en-scène, what kinds of challenges did you have?
Well, actually, I had more challenges with Almasita, because when it had to go to the Dutch Film Board to get subsidies to be filmed, they said well, they had difficulty to subsidize the film because the whole film was in papiamento. And the members of the board said, and since this is the Dutch Film Board, for us, Dutch film is where they speak, how you say, the civilized Dutch in our kingdom of the Netherlands. And my partner, Norman de Palm, who's the co-writer and also the producer of the film, he had to hold me because I wanted to start kicking. I was very, very upset. So it tells you something in 1984 still about the attitude that was there, that the kingdom of the Netherlands, everybody, just spoke civilized Dutch, and they had no idea that papiamento would represent the truth of that culture. So that was one of the problems. But for the rest, I've grown up in Curacao. I know all the locations, and having come back from Mexico and the Netherlands after my studies, I was really, as a grown-up person, I was really very much inspired by the island and by its history. So I mean, there was a very organic synthesis for me to make these films. Now for Avant Gabriel, it was also, the biggest challenge was that the whole film was not dubbed. It was with live sound, and it was filmed in the colonial center of the city. So I didn't have to do anything about the buildings. I just had to take some vintage advertising for the walls and dress the people up and get the cars from that period. But the biggest problem were the merchants because it was also part of a commercial center there, that they were complaining that they had to shut up and that they couldn't put their air conditionings on for the sound. That those were the things that I had to deal with. But for the rest, it went very well. It was an international crew. It was partially from the US, partially from Holland, partially from the island. And the actors came from all over, also the Netherlands, Papiamento, French actors, Surinamese actors. So it was a very, for me, like a Caribbean stew that I really enjoyed. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, our time is up. Therefore, I'd like to thank the panelists for your fantastic contributions today and speaking so eloquently about your work and your practice. So thank you, Francis Anne Solomon. Amil, thank you so much. And of course, Felix DeRoy, thank you so much, everybody. And I'd like to thank all those who participated on this webinar. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. We're at the final panel session of Reframing Africa, and we hope that you're going to stay for the conversation with Teddy Matera that follows. So welcome to this session, which is called Empowering the Archive. I'm the other mysterious co-convener of Reframing Africa. My name is Cynthia Cross. Hasn't it started? Hello, everyone. Welcome to the final panel session of the Reframing Africa workshop called Empowering the Archive. I'm Cynthia Cross. I'm the mysterious other co-convener that you've heard of up till now. I'm an honorary research associate with the History Workshop at Wits University. I'm also an honorary research associate at the same unit as Emma at the University of Cape Town, which is called the Archive and Public Culture Research Initiative. So, empowering the archive, well, it's something that we've often addressed during these reframing conferences, and every time we manage to cast new light on the question and bring out new aspects. So I've been interested, it's already been mentioned quite a few times when you think back to Eva Knopf's presentation on Majub, how to deal with that very difficult colonial archive of Nazi Germany. And then just now in the previous session, Emil Shifji was talking about it's so hard when you're looking for the colonized or the Zanzibari in his case. You have to keep on hitting the pause button when you're watching colonial films to see them. So this is a thread that's running through all our conversations, really interesting. And now we're going to address some of the questions in detail. So we're going to start with Emma Sandon, who's a lecturer at Birkbeck in London. And she's also on the core team of colonial film, moving images of the British Empire. And the title of her paper is Colonial Film Archives, Working with the Moving Image. She's going to be followed by Renata Barreto, who's a second-year PhD student at the University of Colorado, Boulder. And the title of her paper is, well, I actually gave her a title, so I hope you don't mind, Renata, but what you're looking at is a particular kind of archive in the work of Zozimo Bobo. And then finally, Jacob Cloete, who promised us that he was going to come with something totally different. And I think that he has been, I think that we won't be disappointed in what he has brought to us in the way of San rock art, and the title of his paper is Envisaging a Decolonized Subjectivity. So without further ado, let's turn to Emma. Thanks, Emma.
Thanks very much to Cynthia Cross and Pervaiz, Pervaiz and Cynthia and the whole advisory group, actually, that is a large team that runs Reframing Africa. And I'm very pleased to be here this year. I haven't been able to attend, even though I've known about you for the last few years, because it hits the British academic October start, and it's impossible to get going over to South Africa. But this time, because of the virus and because of the possibility of joining you, I'm really pleased to have been at this really, really fertile couple of days. So without further ado, I shall head off because I just want to really introduce the background to attempts to empower the archive, or rather maybe frustrations in trying to empower the archive in the work I've been doing. As John Akomfrah said yesterday, the majority of cinema in the archives is made up of films made by medical doctors and missionaries, and the ethnographic film is from where cinema emerged. A history that a number of scholars have traced, like Fatima Tobing-Roney, The Third Eye, Catherine Grew on bad film histories, and many others looking at the studies of the conjunction of race and cinema. And I have been particularly looking at colonial film for many years, since 1994, in fact, when I first started researching colonial film shot in Africa at the British Film Institute and some other British archives, to report on their colonial holdings and to get a sense of them. And in my examples today, I'm looking at missionary film, and that's been an area that I've been trying to develop and slowly writing about and collecting other people's papers in order to try and edit a book on missionary film. And so the idea of medical doctors and missionaries is really key to the two archives, the project I'm trying to work on now with colleagues. So when I started that research in mid-90s, my motivation was that British film history had failed to acknowledge its colonial past and preferred to concentrate on British national film history. And I thought that the colonial film record needed investigating, and that historians, imperial historians, colonial historians generally, who often ignored film and cinema as a source, needed to engage with the history of film and its use in the 20th century and the power of cinema within that enterprise. Of course, there are obviously historians, and a couple of African historians in particular, who are accepted from that at the time, but there was very little use of film on the colonial film archives when I was looking at it at that time. So I was based doing some of my research I wasn't working for the BFI, I was in a placement at the BFI. I was studying film, and I asked if I could do my search at the National Film Archives there at the British Film Institute in collaboration with June Giovanni, who had a short spell as head of the Afro-Caribbean unit, a short and very important spell between 1994 and 98 at the BFI, where she was head of the Afro-Caribbean unit and was joined by Galen Gould. Two key people in British film now in London, based in London, who do such incredible work. Galen Gould's at the BFI programming now and enables a lot of things to happen that never happened before. June Giovanni, I'm on her advisory board of the June Giovanni Pan-African Cinema Archive, a very important archive of film and film history in Africa. So June at the time was organising a conference and film festival on African cinema in London as part of Africa 95. And she set up an advisory group for me to report to, which included the filmmakers and scholars, John Akomfrah and Imru Bakari, along with the non-fiction film curators. And my brief was to locate footage or films shot by Africans prior to independence. Now, we already knew that it was very unlikely I'd find anyone, and we know that there's a different history in Francophone Africa that Jihan has talked about. So apart from the Gold Coast Film Unit, which we already knew about, I was not able to locate films in which Africans were allowed access to the means of film production at all. However, it quickly became clear that the archive was full of material shot across Africa and across Empire, in which Africans were the facilitators of film production, the subjects and actors from the beginnings of cinema in 1895-96. I found out at the same time that ASHAC, a research group on colonialism in France, as historians, were researching colonial film held at the French National Archive on a project Images et Colonies, in which they screened materials in Paris and ran a conference in 1994, which would have been around the centenary of cinema, which led to restoration and cataloguing of films at CNC, the Centre National de Cinema, but it didn't lead to any digitization or access in particular. And actually, unfortunately, that project's very difficult to find any reference to now of the amount of stuff they streamed and the important papers they did. Anyway, needless to say, my report and recommendations were shelved, and that was to do a whole lot of work, scholarly and filmmakers, to work on with the archives and problematize the archive, and it was shelved. But it did raise with the archive the extent of their colonial collections, and the longer outcome was the British Colonial Film Project, which ran from 2007 to 2010, led by Colin McCabe and Lee Greaveson, on which I was an advisor. This resulted in the online catalogue that many of you have probably used or looked at, and related publications called Empire and Film at the End of Empire, which has a lot of good articles and reflections on the process of 3 archive collections: the British Film Institute, the Imperial War Museum, and the British Empire and Commonwealth Collection. Now, key to this project's aims, which was unusual and we insisted on, was a critical engagement with colonialism informed by anti-colonial sentiment, and that it was important that we were able to involve Black, British, African and Asian diaspora filmmakers and cultural historians, and that there was an editorial commitment to critical analysis and context to the entries that are put up online. We were very aware how difficult these images were, and to ensure also that it wasn't just nationally accessible, that it was internationally accessible. It was a project that would never get funding now, and it was fraught with institutional difficulties and funding crises, and it was just a start, really, or was supposed to be just a start to exposing and engaging with these collections. The Colonial Film Database is not part of the British Film Institute website. They won't put it up there, although BFI is supposed to be maintaining it technically over 2 5-year agreements, and we're not sure whether they'll renew it again. But it's often the films don't run. I'm often getting emails, and so do my colleagues, that it's not running due to the Adobe Flash updates, and it will not be supported on that video format after this year, which is really short-sighted of the whole project, but that's the way technology also changes, and the BFI is always strapped for money. So now, if you want to get the films to show, if you're having trouble, you have to disable any blocks on Adobe Flash or on Chrome on your computer to allow the films to run. So I'll keep you posted. If anyone needs to know, do email me, but basically we'll see what happens after this year. I'm talking to the BFI next month about what the hell they can do before raising it with the rest of the team. The BFI now says it's aiming to digitize its colonial film collections when it gets funding. And that's the key thing. When will it get funding? Will it get funding? And it's something that has been in a discussion just recently that June Giovanni was running, You Hide Me, the 50 years anniversary of the film by Kioria that Jihan was part of a discussion on, which has been run at SOAS and through the June Giovanni archive. And Robyn Baker from the BFI says he's going to be looking for funding. So the issue now, the access and use is still really difficult years later and financially untenable because the collections are monetized and you have to pay for commercial rates for anything you want to get transferred and licenses that you can't clear to use, as many of the filmmakers have talked about today. So just checking on time. Other collections, apart from the British Film Institute, the project I'm working on now with various colleagues, including Jay Maingard, who's here attending this process, but other colleagues based in India and other universities in England, is that we're trying to raise academic funds, which is the only way to get funds at the moment, through universities and collaborations and partnerships to get access to work on the films held at the British Empire and Commonwealth collections in Bristol. And that was partially, some of those films were actually put up on the Colonial Film site. And the other big source of films is the Wellcome Trust. The project that we're proposing includes scholarly writings and publications ongoing, as many of us have been doing, but also importantly, a practice engagement by which artists and filmmakers can reuse and confront the images and narratives using editing, sound, oral histories, counter narratives, collage, layering, installation, or to quote, undoing and remake, as Isaac Julius said in his essay for the Colonial Film Project, where he indicates that the issues of engaging with the ghosting of the imperial past and rereading it picks up from critiques that Sankofa, Chedo, and Black Audio film workshops raised in the 80s and 90s in Britain when they were funded. And it seems from this conference and the fabulous work presented here by filmmakers, archivists, and scholars that this moment has come round yet again. And it's important that we continue to make demands of our rights to access and work with these materials. The BEC is it had a few films put up on the Colonial Film site, but this collection has been out of bounds for some time and just recently been acquired by the Bristol Museums, which makes it a public collection. So it was a private collection, publicly funded, and now it's publicly funded. It has home movie collections, 8mm, 16mm, and is covering a whole range of colonial life, shot by district commissioners, colonial officers and their families, work-related footage by technicians, engineers, geologists, people working for agriculture, forestry departments from points of view of working for the British colonial services.
Emma, I'm sorry, you've got very little time left. Maybe you want to move on really fast.
Yes, I'm moving straight to that now. Welcome, moving really fast. Welcome has a private collection of medical films and scientific and missionary films. I'm not going to talk about that now. The difficulties I just want to say before I just talk about the excerpts is that the issues are the lack of access and use, and the issues of are not just access and use and donors' rights, that the archives won't let us access the collection, but also it raises issues of care and ethics, which have been raised again and again at this conference. And so the issues about law in terms of rights and finance monetization has different applications, whether there's a private or public character of collections. And then, of course, we're not talking about the amount of films, images, and objects moving around between collectors in auctions, which Paul Weinberg talked about yesterday. There's a lot of stuff there. The excerpts. Okay, I uploaded 3 excerpts, and I hope you get time to see them. And I warned you about the offensive nature of these. The first screenshot, if I could have that now, is St. Joe's Missionary Society, the Mill Hill Fathers, Mill Hill Sisters in Uganda in 1920. So this is really early on. And the clips from the St. Joseph's Missionary Society about their hospital, which was up on Samba Hill in Uganda, where they established a school and a hospital. We don't know much about the contents of the film, and the mission hasn't given us paperwork, but there's ongoing attempts to look at this work, which is extremely primitivist in the way its discourse works. And maybe I can talk about that in discussion. Screenshot 2 is a Methodist Missionary Society film, which was made about in 1928, which is also quite early on, to show how film was being used by the missionaries, but also the film itself reveals the kind of way in which the Methodists tried to convert, and the footage at the end of that clip around the Johannesburg mining scenes are really documentarily important, but also show the mission at work in terms of its way of trying to convert. Screenshot 3, the visitation, I put this in because it's very much, although it's from the Irish Film Archives, it's been recently kind of discovered, and it's very much a Catholic Film Society filmmaker who worked with the Medical Missionaries of Mary around their leprosy scheme in Agoja in Nigeria. And this is a very developmental type of approach in terms of its 1948 production. And you can see the way the music and the documentary process creates a kind of nostalgia and a very different type of image to the other clips. So I'm not going to alert you to the websites of the Colonial Film BECC and Welcome, but I did have screenshots. So if you want those details, I can show you where the catalogs are for all these films. But maybe you could raise questions about and chat about the different clips I've put up and the stills. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Emma. And just to remind everyone that there are excerpts available if you click on the appropriate places on the program. And yes, I'm sure that we'll want to discuss how you go about rereading these images when we get to Q&A. But thanks very much, Emma. And now we move on to Renata. Renata, are you ready? Renata, are you sure you've unmuted?
I'm so sorry. So thank you so much for this opportunity to be here and share my research with you today. I am a historian, filmmaker, and an artist, and I have been working creatively with archives throughout my career. And today I will again bring to light the Brazilian archive through the important figure of the Brazilian artist and activist Zósimo Bubu, and his first film as a director called Alma no Olho, or Soul in the Eye in English, from 1973. It is a short 11-minute film where Bubu is performing using only his body, an apparently linear and contained in space narrative of the diasporic African Brazilian experience. But actually, we'll see how Bubu is actually offering a way out of this linear time and scale space. If I can have the first slide, please. So first I will talk a bit about his career as an engaged artist, and then I will make this hermeneutical analysis of the film in relation to Professor Ferreira da Silva's text, Toward a Black Feminist Poetics, the question of blackness toward the end of the world. So, Zósimo Bubu, he has more than 30 films as an actor in Brazil in the 60s and 50s. And he was always involved with avant-garde political movements, such as Cinema Novo, the third cinema movement from Brazil. But unsatisfied with the small symbolical representation of African Brazilians in screen. He made the movement that we called aquilombamento, or which characterizes this formation of Black cultural centers, festivals for Black cinema, and also prioritizing diasporic and decolonial thematics. Alma no Olho, So in the Eye is produced, direct and performed by him. And in the Brazilian context, it is a revolutionary film with a high degree of aesthetical sophistication. It was done in the most violent period of the military dictatorship in Brazil. And just right after the film, he self-exiled for a while. And when he came back, he made a shift for documentary practice. And in 1988, with the centennial of the official slavery abolition in Brazil, he makes a political mark with a documentary called Abolition or Abolição, standing publicly against the big national celebration of a supposed racial democracy, the myth of racial harmony in Brazil, which is a myth because never existed. While So in the Eye became a diasporic archive itself, Abolition makes the documentary movement in its structure, archival footage, interviews, visual registers, and scripted scenes combined to overlap the official historiography of the African-Brazilian experience. Then in 2007, he will create the Afro-Carioca Cinema Center, which is a space for alternative memory, for understanding Blackness through cinematography. The center is a repository of the African-Brazilian archive and is a prolific promoter of the African-Brazilian culture and voice, promoting screenings, seminars, debates, and the exchange of experience between Brazil and Africa. In 2010, Zozi Mububu directed a film called African Reborn, solicited by Senegal's president to celebrate the 50-year independence of that country. And after his death in 2013, the historian and curator Janaína Oliveira, being the person responsible for making his legacy visible and giving continuity to this idea of Pan-African aquilombamento. I have some links available for you to check out the Afro-Carioca Cinema Center. And right now, the 13th Black Cinema Festival, which carries his name, it's a Zozi Mububu Black Cinema Festival, is happening right now and gathering filmmakers from Africa, the Caribbean, and Brazil. So check it out. Brazil is the blackest country outside the African continent, where the racialized population of Native Americans and African Brazilians make up for the majority of the population. And yet, through all my years in academy in Brazil, in cinema studies and media studies, I never once had one lecture about him or even saw this film. Never once, never once. And that reflects the Brazilian art regime and its necropolitical state, which is intrinsically tied to the still colonial academic system and its epistemological control of the symbolic. Going back to the film, it was done in 1973, inspired by Eldridge Cleaver's book called Soul on Ice from 1968. He was an early leader of the Black Panthers Party. And we have John Coltrane as soundtrack, which is another political statement on the idea of Pan-Africanism It is a film that shows the category of blackness being produced and trapped by the tools of universal reason, such as time and space, and at the same time offers a way out of it, which leads us to Professor Da Silva's article, where she's suggesting that we have to radicalize the task of releasing blackness from the registers of the object. That meaning that we have to release blackness from being a commodity, from being the other, from being the exotic. And for that to happen, we must target the modes of representation of blackness, the philosophical assumptions that provide those meanings to blackness. Her text produces a reading of the grounds of the category of blackness in 4 movements. And I'm gonna go through these 4 movements in relation to the film. So in her first movement, she's working with the Trinidadian historian C.L.R. James, first chapter of the Black Jacobins, where he exposes the occlusion of the value of enslaved labor productive capacity. To Marx, the enslaved person would be seen just as property, okay? The value of labor of the enslaved population is dismissed, and the latter being considered just an object. And Bubu uncovers this ongoing occlusion of the surplus value produced by enslaved labor, mediated by total violence that continues to sustain global capitalism. When he's trashing the period of enslavement, for example, the timeline, or putting low-wage labor and Black culture as a spectacle, as a continuity to slavery. In her second movement, she exposes how this idea of linear time is an artificial construction. So she makes this conceptual history of the principle of sameness and difference, development and the building of these racial categories from the Enlightenment tradition to contemporaneity. This system of thought produced slavery as the profitable tool of universal reason, one that authorizes total violence against racialized bodies, backed up by efficient causality, which is things like immanence or desire. And of course, film is the privileged medium to think about temporality. And in So in the Eye, Bubu transits, shrinks, subverts the linear space-time, expands the official marks of the Brazilian slavery system, at the same time making himself vulnerable to it. So this otherness in the first, at first apparently timeline, linear timeline, is in direct conversation with Da Silva's text. In her third movement, she exposes how the category of blackness already carries the apparatus for dismantling the way of knowing that produced it in the first place. Blackness, self-knowing, announces the end of the world. For example, in the world as we know it, blackness, when an index of a social situation, never fails to signify slavery. For example, in Brazil, there are layers of blackness. And those layers of blackness are directly attached to social indicators. So that the poorer you are, the blackest you would be. But at the same time, this category of blackness exposes the ways in which the expropriated enslaved African productive capacity continues to sustain this living dead capital. And also Denise Ferreira da Silva is citing Orton's pillars to think about the flesh as the primary narrative because of the problem of the colonial archive, because the colonial archive was produced by the colonialists. So we must think about people, like the last panel we were talking about, how people must be the archive and must be the narrative. So flesh as the primary narrative. And Bubu is displaying his flesh as the primary narrative, making the wounded body an inscription of calculated violence. Registers the body, the wounded body, registers with what the category of blackness hides, the ongoing living dead capital, profiting from expropriated productive capacity of racialized bodies.
Thanks, Renata. That was
I just have just the fourth. I'm concluding.
Okay, but your time is up, so if you can just, yeah.
Just concluding. In the fourth movement, she speculates on this feminist poetics of blackness, which outlines a description of existence without the limits of this universal reason. So it would be an existence outside space-time. And Bubu also outlines symbolically this exit out of existence under the grips of universal reason. When, of course, he's stripping the white clothes and the white books and chains. And just like to conclude, Bubu and Da Silva, they both offers us a means to think of the end of the world as we know it, aiming at this Black feminist poetics project to reread and produce new archives. This would be my idea of Pan-Afro-futurism. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Renata. Thank you for bringing our attention to the work of Zozimo Bubu and all these fantastic ideas, which I hope we get a chance to discuss. Thank you very much. And now, Jacob and his discoveries about rock art. Jacob, over to you. Jacob, did you unmute?
I didn't, sorry. Thank you, Cynthia. Firstly, I want to thank Cynthia and Pervaiz for giving me this opportunity to once again present at this particular platform. I also need to thank the Center for Humanities Research at UWC for making funds available for me to pursue this particular research. In particular, I would like to thank Primesh Lalo and William Ellis in the mentoring role that they played in this project. I also want to thank Simone Momple, who have been part of this process from day one and was patient with me and go wherever I needed to go with this particular project. I also need to thank Peter Takello and the Barreto community because they opened their hearts and their homes to me to make this project a reality. And then finally, I want to recognize the Khoi and the San community, which is still largely the most marginalized community in South Africa. And with that, I say K Gangans. So can I please have the first slide? Just to give a structure with regards to how this presentation would be unfolding is there will be a background, some discussion on the interpretation of Sun rock art, limitations to Sun rock art, my critique of that interpretation. And then I want to go briefly into some of the findings that I made with regards to what Sun rock art can offer us in thinking a decolonized subjectivity. So movement, forced migrations, and land dispossession. So how I came about this particular, the discovery of this cave of rock art is while working on this documentary film, Save the River. So with the interviews with Peter Takello and Lando Iso, they keep talking about the cave full of rock art, which they didn't have access anymore because the Swellendam municipality sold it to a private owner, so they couldn't go to the cave and visit this particular ancestral place, sacred space of them. So I asked them, can I see it? So they said, yes, they will take me there. So the year after that, 2019, I went up and I went to go check out the cave with rock art, and this is what I found. So can I have slide 2, please? So from slide 2, you will see that there is a dynamic nature of this. You can see people in it. You can also bring up slide 3. Slide 3 shows you even more figures with regards to what the sun rock art is in Berrydale, what you can expect if you go there. So after the cave, I started reflecting, and I was thinking, what is this offering us? And I realized that the Berrydale rock art is telling us a story of the early inhabitants, how they lived and what they valued. I also realized that that particular site is an archive, and the people there who lived at that cave for ages, they wanted to preserve a memory. So, and it left me with a particular question. What did the sun try to preserve? What was this particular kind of memory that they wanted to preserve? And I realized that there's a story in the Khoi and Sun history that we are missing. They have an archive and they have a philosophy, but we yet have to understand that particular philosophy. So if we look at the interpretation of rock art, we will normally get to two main scholars, J.D. Louvers and John Parkinson. And from their work, you will get to kind of 3 approaches for the interpretation of sun rock art. You get the narrative approach, and the narrative approach look at the composition of the rock art to construct a narrative. So one of the slides that I showed you, there is figures, so they use that figures to construct a composition and draw a narrative. The second one is the aesthetic approach. Here you look at the beauty, the fine lines, and the delicate figures, and you have a kind of reading of that. And the third approach is a focus more on the interpretive, and the interpretive is more looking at the religious aspect of sun rock art. So if we can bring up slide 3 again, then you will see that we can use all 3 approaches to analyze that particular slide. Please bring up slide 4. So then we will start seeing that famous photo or the sketch of William Burchell. We can start making assumptions that the circles that we see on slide 3 can use this to make inferences with that particular one. Now, this brings me particularly to the limitations of rock art. So the work of Parkinson and Lewis Williams is not without limitations. And these particular limitations are because of the usage of the Bleek and Lloyd archives. And there's kind of 4 limitations that I came across. So the first one is the Ham language is not the only Sun language, but yet the orthography that they draw up is now used to translate all of the Sun rock art in Southern Africa. So that's kind of the second limitation. The third thing is with regards to European languages. And my experience with the Khoikhoi-Gowab, which is one of the oldest languages that preserve human history, is that the language, English, is almost incomplete in understanding the Khoikhoi-Gowab. And the same with the Kham language. It cannot interpret certain cultural nuances. So that's the third limitation, the translation of cultural nuances. And the fourth limitation is them labeling, and like many other scholars, labeling the Khoikhoi as pastoralists and the Sun as hunter and gatherers. So my critique is the following then, is that I am specifically departing from the conventional way of interpreting rock art. I'm not only interested in reading the images. I think that Parkinson and Lewis Williams are ignoring the politics that these images are provoking. So if you regard rock art as a pre-colonial archive, it brings forth the political. And you can go read Derrida. Derrida will explain that in more depth about the political that the archive provoked. So then rock art brings forth a debate on land dispossession, forced migration, the appropriation of indigenous knowledge systems, and the violence against the Khoi and the San. So that's my critique. So there's kind of three points that my research so far has opened up and forced me to have discussions and conversations with. And that is with regards to movement, forced migrations, and land dispossession. But if you look at the Barreto rock art, then you will see movement, community, and livestock as central features in the Barreto rock art. You cannot miss that. And they are outside the colonial frame. It opens several topics, which include land, violence, race, and class. William Ellis in particular employs a cinematic reading of rock art. And for me, that was very productive because it draws on the work of Henry Bergson, Gauss Zulu, and Suleiman Bashir Jan. And if you look at rock art as a cinematic movement, then it opens new possibilities for the interpretation of rock art. If we think movement in a Bergsonian sense and the Duluian sense, then it brings forth the movement image, and the movement image brings forth movement. So if we look at movement, then it's thought-provoking in some rock art, because most of the Barreto rock art images is about moving or symbolizing movement. The movement is not only in directional way, but it's also about executing actions and tasks. So there's directional movement, and this directional movement is from left to right, right to left, up and down. So you see that kind of movement in the rock art. So if we bring up a slide 4 now, then you will see that kind of movement. You can see that there is movement taking place. If you bring up slide 5, then you will see the execution of specific tasks that is taking place. Sorry, slide 5 and 6 is the ones with a movement. So this art then is indicating a dynamic pre-colonial movement, and this directional movement is not only of humans but also of animals. So, and the animals in those photos that I took of the Sun Rock art becomes central in the question: was this game or was this livestock? Because if you read the William Burchell account, then one of the things that you realize is that the sun also had livestock. They did not only move with game. So then those images, is it images of a pastoralist or is it the image of a hunter-gatherer? And that is the big question that we have to think about. So then the classification of people and things is a result of taxonomy. And taxonomy was birthed in the European university. Taxonomy instituted coloniality and gave rise to the university in Africa, which in turn appropriated indigenous knowledge systems. And what I meant by that is that the Khoisan currently have to learn in the university about the Khoisan and not from themselves about it. So their knowledge system is appropriated. So in conclusion, the frames that we sometimes establish is inadequate to give us the full picture of the complexity of a particular situation. For example, the photos that I took. The photos is giving you a snapshot. It excludes some of the images outside the frame. So to get a full understanding of the scope of the art, I have to give you more, or not just those few photos that I showed you. But these frames that we sometimes establish also inform subjectivity. For example, during apartheid and colonialism, the Khoi and the San was forced into the colored identity in particular. So thus arriving at the decolonized subjectivity is starting recognizing the frame and the power relations that establish these identities. For example, Hottentot and Boesman, or pastoralist and hunter and gatherer, is the framing of this particular group of people. And these labels stripped the Khoi in the sun of their identity and left them without a specific philosophical project. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jacob. I think I forgot to introduce you in the beginning because you seem like such an institution of Reframing Africa. But Jacob Cloete is an independent filmmaker and a political analyst and writer. That's great, Jacob. I think that Teddy Batera, who we're going to be talking with soon, has observed that in a way rock art might be seen as the forerunner of African cinema. So it's really interesting the way you've developed these ideas. And I think exactly that rock art offers us such a tantalizing view into an alternative worldview or an alternative knowledge system. And yet the ways that we have to get there are so flawed and difficult, but yet Jacob's giving us very interesting ideas about how we may be able to get a glimpse of that after all. So thanks very much, Jacob. Now we can go into the question and answer session. I think that Emma knows what her question is. She's going to talk to us about how she's been rereading these very difficult images that she's shown us. I don't see any questions yet. Renata, I'd like it if you talked a bit more about Bubu's strategies. For example, how he does escape linear time. I think I'd really like to get more of a handle on that. And Jacob, well, let's see if some questions come up for you, then I'll think of one for you. So Emma, let's go back to you.
Yeah, just thanks, Cynthia. Great other papers as well. Thanks, Renata and Jacob. Yeah, I think one of the issues really is, obviously, I'm trying to get access and money, and one of the ways I've been working has been through formal scholarship in terms of researching context and looking at the way in which people are using film, particularly missionary groups, and to kind of insert that really within histories. So, you know, academic scholarship and papers and context are ways of kind of rereading the kind of context of the films, but with close film analysis, which I think a lot of historians might take film as a kind of side show really, and don't really look at the issues of aesthetics, narrative, and form. And just looking at the three clips and extracts that I've put up, they have very different narrative approaches. So you kind of see the final one I mentioned, the visitation, really uses a kind of documentary aesthetic and a kind of music and sound. So I think one of the ways that we've successfully seen artists use, and it's been talked about here yesterday and today, is to use music and sound to kind of reread and reanimate certainly silent cinema, and this can be done in ways which are really radical and shift one's perspective from the discourses that are there. The other way is a lot of people have been talking about intervening in terms of bringing out aspects of the image, slow motion, stills, ways of which you interact in terms of montage or comparison. So I think in some ways there's been so many examples and ideas given at this conference, you could put those together to say that these are, you know, counter strategies and counter narratives. And I don't know how many people know the work of Onyeka Igwe, who has been working as a practice PhD in London on colonial film. And she first came to me to ask about the colonial film site and said she wanted to work practically with the colonial archive, and I didn't have the resources at Birkbeck, so sent her to the University of Arts London, which has much more an artist base and practice there. And she's produced some amazing films whereby she's looking, as John Akomfrah says, looking for herself in the archive and then reworking ideas around Nigerian practice and forms of filmmaking using colonial film, particularly looking, first of all, her first films were around looking at dance and then thinking about dance and performance, but also introducing her narratives of her her ancestry, her relationship with these images, and also doing performance herself. So Onyeka's a very great example of work, and I'd recommend people look at her stuff. But yeah, there's too many examples now. Quite a lot of people are working with archive, and I just feel I'm stuck on the access and use. But I feel that there's ways in which, and of course, I'm interested to look not just at the individual films, either in a scholarly way or reworking the images, but actually thinking about bodies of film. So, you know, the importance is not just state propaganda that was going on. Missionaries and medical film really is a huge part of the way in which education and hospitals were set up. And these are also, in some kind of way, records. And something like St. Joseph's Missionary Society, you look at it, it kind of decolonizes itself. Suddenly you have to reverse that image when you look at it. Already it has text which talks about savages, and you feel St. Joe's missionaries are the savages involved. And then they are really people, you kind of look with horror really at how the missionaries intervened in that way. So sometimes the films deconstruct themselves on being shown, but in other ways you need to kind of work very hard, as everyone says. And now, did I pick up that? Sorry to go on because I don't see the questions, but I do see someone coming up with a question. How are the archives being troubled? How are they contextualized, humanized? What processes are put in place to decolonize these archives as they're presented? I don't know if I covered some of that now and what I've just said.
I think you have to a certain extent, but I'm thinking about those very difficult images, you know, with people with leprosy and so on being exhibited in the film excerpts that you sent us. And then particularly with where people are rotated, almost as if they were 3D images, and they're rotated so that we can get the full sense of the full extent of their diseased flesh or whatever it is. Now, how do you work with those? That seems to be very tricky.
Well, I suppose that, you know, those are examples of the completely dehumanizing way in which the colonizers, filmmakers and missionaries used African subjects in order to develop their films and also to raise funds for their projects. So in ways you have to kind of use them in ways which are completely critiquing, either with text, sound, stop, start. I haven't really worked with those images myself, but I have seen them. I think Onyeka has successfully used some images like that if you put them in a context of a voiceover text commentary sound that really shows another point of view about what's happening there. I put that up because actually looking at the various missionary and medical films, there's a complete obsession with leprosy colonies, and I would say it's practically like a genre. That the kind of funding that was raised and went into filming and experimenting with Western medicine within all parts of the empire. You can see by the amount of footage and film that is around about that actually is a highly problematic genre, I would say, and one that needs to be seriously countered within any scholarship or filmic way of dealing with it.
Yeah, thanks. It's almost as if leprosy becomes a spectacle. It's very troubling. Yeah, interesting. Thanks very much for that. Renata, can we go to you now? Could you just elaborate, because you gave us such a wealth of ideas, but it would help us if you could just elaborate a bit more on some of them. Thanks.
Of course. I was just saying that film is the privileged medium to think about temporality. And what Professor Da Silva is doing in her text is trying to expose how our idea, this idea of linear time, is constructed, is artificial. And it was thought throughout the Enlightenment. And because before that, in Europe, medieval time was counted differently. So our idea of time is a modern event. And together with modernity, not only the linear time, but the idea of blackness, the category of blackness was created together with the linear time, the idea of development, the idea of teleology, that everyone would have the same destiny, the same finality. So when Bubu performs his narrative of the Brazilian, African-Brazilian diasporic experience, he's of course doing that on film. So he's working this time around. And more than that, he gives us an alternative view of this linear time and makes a critique over how this time is being portrayed by the official historiography. So in the film, of course, as I said, he's stretching the period of slavery to say that contemporary Brazil is still living on a slavery system with the low-wage labor complex that we have, and also with making Black culture as a spectacle and hypersexualizing racialized bodies. So this is the first movement where he is stretching and working on this timeline. But in the end, it's only in the end that we can recognize that, because he's putting the contemporary Brazilian Black man as still enslaved by epistemology when he's reading the book with the chains. And then he suggests this movement of breaking the chains, but suggesting also that the chains were not break before. So that's how he's working this temporality. I think he's doing a very severe critique on the official historiography of Brazil.
Sounds fantastic. Thanks very much. I've got a question for you. Maybe I'll read it to you and you can think about what, and I'll move to Jacob, because I think there might be some interesting connections here around oppositions to linear time. Okay, so Renata, someone has asked you, this is from Henke. I'm also wondering about the function of self-implication in archival work from the archive scholar artist as in Bubu. What are the implications and what gets lost when self-implication is avoided? Is that clear to you? Yeah. Okay, so you just think about it, okay. And I'm going to move to Jacob. Okay, because Bettina asks, would you say this link to the movement image, Jacob, places the sand in relation to modernity in some way via mobility? So all these questions about modernity and linear time, and how does the art position itself? You know, think about how you might address that. And then another question from Reece, also for you, Jacob. Would you expand on the idea of the movement image in rock art as a pre-cinematic vector of memory and knowledge production? Yes, so they were trying to tie it. I think I cited Teddy saying, in a way, rock art can be seen as the forerunner of African cinema. So now Reece is asking you, could you see it as a pre-cinematic vector of memory and knowledge production? Maybe you also need to think about that, and I'll go back to Renata while you do. Okay, Renata. The question about self-implication.
Yeah, I'm thinking here that I don't think that the Bubu is not self-implicating in this work. I think he's putting his body out there, and as I said, the worst moment, the most violent period of Brazilian military dictatorship, where not only communists, but mostly racialized people were being arrested and tortured and killed by the regime. So he's actually putting himself out there performing a statement, a political statement, I think. And I'm not sure if I got the question right, but I don't think that I don't think nothing is lost with self-implication, because if you don't put yourself out there, if you don't even more when you're doing performance, it is a political statement. It is self-implicative. Yeah.
Thanks, Renata. Sorry, that question actually came from Diego Semereni. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, let's go. Jacob, have you got an answer ready for us now?
I hope I will do justice. So I'll start with the first question with regards to the movement image places the sun in relation to modernity and coloniality. I would place myself in the decolonial school of thought. So if I place myself in the decolonial school of thought, then modernity and coloniality is the same thing. And that starts with the conquest and the conquistadors during the Southern America chapter of colonialism. And what we find there is that there is kind of a colonial matrix of power that there are 4 domains. And these 4 domains are the control of the economy, control of authority, control of gender and sexuality, and then control of knowledge and subjectivity. And I don't want us to think about sun rock art in relation to modernity. So to answer both those questions, I believe that we don't have the tools yet to philosophically understand the Khoi and the Sun's philosophical project. Because if we try and make sense of their philosophical project based on the fight that we currently have in terms of coloniality and modernity, and we don't recognize that the university have appropriated this knowledge and firmly embedded it in coloniality and modernity, then we cannot have an answer or render analysis on the Khoi-San philosophical project. So I don't think we have the tools yet. So what I'm offering is kind of us to think about how would we differently approach the subject of Southern rock art, or Khoi-San sun rock art in Southern Africa. But it's only one part of my investigation. I'm also doing work on the dance, the real dance. And in the dance, you will find various types of movements. And what you find with that dance is that there was a pre-colonial integration among the Tswana, the Xhosa, and the Khoi. So you see this fluid identities where people could move in and out between identities. You could even pick that up in the language between the Xhosa and the Khoi Goa. The clicks that you find in Xhosa, the 3 clicks, all of that is 3 clicks part of the Khoi Go Up. The Khoi Go Up have a 4th click, which is an ah. So all of those clicks, all of the language, the dance, the art, all of those different aspects is giving us an opportunity to rethink what we are currently struggling in the university. And I don't think coloniality or thinking in coloniality will take us there. In terms of the movement image, I'm using the movement image in terms of memory. So when you think about memory, or when you recall in memory a movement, it's always an image. It's never a movement fully. So you think, when you think about taking a step, what comes into your mind is an image. In that sense, I'm taking the movement image in that Brixonian and that type of Deluan way. So I cannot fully answer this question yet. It's actually a question that we all have to try and answer.
Thanks, Jacob. And just quickly, because we're running out of time. So it sounds like you're expecting to discover some new tools in the course of your investigation. And so do you recommend discarding the archive that we've discussed? You've drawn our attention to its flaws. And are you recommending that we just discard that Black Lloyd archive, for example, and try and approach it in a totally different way?
So I would take the dead end away. I would say is that the archive is useful, but we have to think about the politics that put the archive in place. We need to think about that power relation, because that will give us a fuller extent of the frame of the archive and the project that was behind it. So we look at the Khoisan rock art. If we look at it as an archive, we need to think about a pre-colonial political project. And in my investigation, future investigation, maybe I'll get to an answer or maybe not. But what is, if I can place Sun rock art as an archive, then we have to think about the politics that was there involved and any other archive. We cannot ignore the politics that is involved in the archive. That is kind of what I'm offering.
Thanks so much, Jacob. I can't believe that we've got this far in our workshop without mentioning Derrida. Thanks very much for reminding us that we should be thinking about the politics of the archive. Thanks a lot. And Renata, there's a question for you, and I'm also going to ask you can answer it briefly so we can give Emma a chance to come back with one last comment. Okay, Renata, the question from you, again from Diego, is considering the current extreme right government in Brazil, are the circumstances similar to those at the time of Bubu's film? If so, has an artistic activism emerged lately? Okay, did you get it?
Yeah, the circumstances are maybe similar, but I think they are much worse now because of the whole global situation. But in fact, an artistic activism emerged in the last 20 years because of the left government we have from Lula da Silva. And he created many ways, many exits for the Black movement and Black activism to emerge. But now things are very difficult back there in all areas.
Yeah, it sounds as if that's the case. And you're not exactly finding a refuge in the US, I imagine.
Yeah, no.
Okay, we only have a few minutes left. So Emma, what are your thoughts now?
Well, just to kind of pick up from Jacob's point about the politics of the archive, I think the context to what I've presented is really that the archives are promising to digitize, but they're not really making the archive accessible for us to decolonize the film archive, to work with it practically, or even for scholarship, even viewing rights are often very contained, if not expensive and impossible, as Jihan and many others have talked about. And so the politics of the archive is, if you look at the British Empire and Commonwealth Museum collection, they started to digitize and put stuff up. Now, they haven't put the St. Joseph's stuff up yet, and we'll be interested to see if they do. I got them to, the mission to agree that they could be digitized, but whether they put them up or not, I wouldn't particularly want to see them up. But what they're doing is putting up the family archive, and if you go in, you just find a family's name and you look at the collection, and there are the nice domestic home movies of the donors, and this is highly nostalgic, if nothing else. And sometimes they've invited the donors to see the film, so everybody sits there and thinks back of the old times of the 50s and 60s. It's absurd, you know, that there isn't a critical engagement with the archive. And the archivists, as we know, as they do in South Africa, they kind of police the archive. They don't let you have stuff, they don't let filmmakers have stuff, and they also don't want you to work with it. And if in doubt, they will just let you view things and they won't let you work with it, and they'll start saying the donors are giving it to us, it's not ours, or there's this law or that law. So really, to decolonize the film archives, we've got to really campaign now while the political moment is high, and try to get people to access so that students can go in and work with this stuff and kind of work against what the archive shows and how it produces it, how it reproduces it as it does at the moment.
So earlier on today, Simon Bright called on Abu Bakr and Pervaiz and me to think about practical steps we can take to start to rectify some of this. What would you say? I mean, do you have any ideas on how we can start moving in that kind of direction?
Well, I'm sure Reece and everyone else would have plenty of ideas, because June Giovanni has just been running, there's one more of those, if you can, on the 29th of October, if you look on her archive site, she's running the You Hide Me, the discussions around archive, and they've been, the last two have been really brilliant, with Jihan and Nikwate, Onyeka was there, various others have been involved, Reece, Imru, and so basically the argument is to really start arguing with the owners, like the curators of the BFI and others, to make stuff accessible. I think Jihan has said this very clearly during the debate with John Akomfrah. You know, we have to have access to this material to see what we want to make. We have the right to look at it and work with it, and therefore we need to link up. So there's already a forum through June. I think there's a wide forum. FESPACO, Gaston Cabot at the last FESPACO was saying, you know, we really need to be able to access these colonial archives, and they're not forthcoming. So I think there's plenty of networks all around. It's about tapping into them and actually getting those connected. Now we can do that digitally.
Great, thanks very much. And now we've got 3 minutes remaining, so I'm just going to go back to Renata. Is there anything you'd like to say in conclusion, Renata?
I would like to thank you all for the opportunity of being here and share my research with you. Thank you. I hope that I can come back next time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Renata. Well, we're planning to have a Brazilian extension, so I'm sure you will come back. Thanks very much. And Jacob, any parting words from you?
Yeah, I have to say something before I say goodbye, is that we must not think of rock art in terms of the cinema, because the cinema frames and rock art doesn't frame. If you go to any rock art site, there is no frames involved. And the cinema is using a selective medium of framing. So when I say the possibility is cinematic, what I'm talking about is the figures are moving. They're executing actions. You can imagine it, you can see it. There is movement. But a rock art site doesn't have frames. It's all over, and the artist placed it where he or she thought it was the best place to put it. So that's one of the things that I want to caution us going forward in thinking the cinema in relation to Sun rock art. The Sun, we are framing it. If we take a photo, we take a video of it, we are framing it in this thing that we develop in modernity. And then we commercialize it and we sell it and we appropriate a particular knowledge. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you very much, Cynthia and Pervaiz and the whole team of the Market Workshop and Wits University and the people who tuned in today to watch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob, and I'm glad you said he or she, because normally we assume that sand rock artists were male. So it's interesting to say we don't know actually about that. And so I think that we better call our next edition Unframing Africa. But thank you very much for making that point. It was very good. So thank you very much to all of you panelists and to the audience, and yes, to our technical team who's kept us live, and to everybody. It was great. Don't forget, it's not over yet, because we're still going to have a conversation with Teddy Matera in a little while. So thanks very much and goodbye.
The volume's still okay, right? So.
Looks like we're live now. Hey, everyone.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Can everyone hear us? Have we started?
Sounds like we have started. Hey, Cynthia.
Yeah, hi, Vanessa. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. And hi,
So
Teddy.
I understand
Hi,
that Teddy wants
guys.
to
Nice
start.
to meet you, Pervaiz, Alyssa, Lee.
Thank you.
Hello, guys.
Do we have a formal introduction, Cynthia, or should we just jump in?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think people can read about Teddy Matera in the abstracts and biographies.
Yes.
And he's going to start, he told us before that he was going to start with a selfie. So I think that will also give some idea of who he is. He's going to talk about when he was young, I think. And so I think maybe we should just let him go ahead into the selfie and then we'll start grilling him, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well,
So we'll mute ourselves and we'll hand over to you, Teddy.
Okay, I just think it's important to thank all the previous panelists and the guys who've organized, all of you, and then opportunity really. You know, I've listened to quite a number, if not all, of the panels that have been going on. Wow, you know, what a great contribution people are making to this construct and concept and reality of archive and the archive. Anyway, I want to take you back to my archive, you know, my personal archive. And it's from a small little chapter that I wrote as part of my PhD submission. I made a film, wrote a film called Waiting for Valdez, which Dumisani Pagati, a South African director, directed of 24 minutes. Anyway, here it goes. It's called The Birth of the Film in the Maker, a selfie of my introduction to cinema. And I start with a quote from Cinema Paradiso, which says, "Whatever you end up doing, love it. The way you loved the projection booth when you were a little squirt." And that was my beginning. That's how cinema started for me, funnily enough. Johannesburg's western so-called colored township where I grew up was aptly named the Wild West because of the gun-slinging gangsters and violence endemic to this densely populated and economically impoverished community, which mirrored many other urban South African townships. As the residents of these locations, under the watchful eye of successive apartheid administrations, we were permitted bursts of anarchy where we could reap the destruction of internecine violence or participate in non-threatening demonstrations of joy, so long as neither act negatively impacted the relative ease and comfort in which our white counterparts lived just a short distance away. As children, life for us was simple. We knew nothing else, nothing better. We lived a seemingly happy existence in poverty, its ravages disguised for the most part by the charm of childhood endeavors, soccer in the dusty streets, daring games between oncoming traffic in peak hours, stealing from the Chinese traders and gorging on ripe peaches from white people's summer gardens, a welcome relief from the dodging pellets they fired at us as we ran away with our share of the spoils, the yummy fruits. Yet beneath this veneer of seemingly harmless frivolity hung the ever-present shroud of impending doom or danger. Going to cinema was no different to what happened on the streets. The same fate awaited us before, during, and after the Saturday double feature matinee at the local Bioscope, where gangsters and rats preyed on our pockets and food, respectively. Rats and gangster life was synonymous in the township, so much so that you could not often distinguish one from another. While the gangsters gnawed at our very existence on the streets, the rats nibbled at our food on our favorite sandwiches made with oily mango pickled acha and sloppy chips, layered with thick slices of fresh white bread. Inside the cinema, row upon row of boys and girls sat, awestruck, their arms half stretched near their gaping mouths, with eyes glued to the exhilarating action on the screen. In the Bioscope, life was magical. There was no apartheid, no grumpy parents, and certainly no school. Just you, the hero, and some bad guys caught in the realm of light and sound, and the rats, of course, who sometimes took a moment from our meals to look at the screen too. Life, however, was not always rosy. In the lean times, which were often, there was no money to eat, but less to go to the cinema, to watch popular films such as Valdez is Coming, starring Burt Lancaster, or Enter the Dragon with the inimitable Bruce Lee. We would pool our monies together and send two of the older boys from our street gang to watch the film in exchange for acha bread. They would return and around a fire drum, retell the film to us in hour-long episodes over a week. It was just like being at the cinema, and sometimes even better. We could ask the storytellers to rewind, fast forward, or even just pause and freeze, depending on how well they related the tale with all the sounds and visual effects added at our request. After all, we had paid for the service. The hierarchy was clear and accepted. The older boys narrated the action with exaggerated animation and embellished storylines, while the younger ones mouthed the soundtrack simultaneously, drumming his tummy or plucking his taut cheeks or whistling accordingly to these tense moments. As we grew older, each of us would get a chance to practice this artful skill. We narrated films in a unique urban street language, a colorful and spicy mixture of English, Afrikaans, isiZulu, Sesotho, which added a local flavor to filmic moments, such as Valdez's flashy gun draw or Bruce Lee's spectacular roundhouse kick. It was this very practice and orality that I used as one of my key points to structure the film Waiting for Valdez. Let me just cut into this. Looking back, and this is where the crux of my film, Cinema from Within, comes. Looking back, I question why we so easily identified with those on-screen heroes when we were obviously missing in the visual and oral narratives they played out. Absent were the characters who looked like us or spoke like we did. Perhaps we sought identification with them because these characters in those films, in some ways represented the all-powerful heroes and heroines in our immediate experience. After all, the men and women who lived like us or fought for justice were either banned or under house arrest or imprisoned or killed. Others was just simply absent in the lives of their children. Anyway, this is what I wanted to leave you with as an idea of where and how cinema came to me. You know, it's lived with me, you know, right up to now. And let me stop there. Thank you.
That was lovely, Teddy. Palesa, do you want to say something at this point, or?
I feel like it's really such a beautiful beginning because the film itself also starts there. It starts in that place where Teddy is almost trying to get us to be with him as a child, as the cinema bug kind of bites him, and what was happening and how, and then that kind of active translation. I think that the first thing that it gets me to think about is how cinema is collective. And like in the way that maybe one of your interviewees says, it's not like kind of grand. We're not talking about grand cinema. We're talking about those small moments where somebody's watched something and they're relaying it to somebody else in very simple terms. But you're saying out of that comes this really epic sort of relationship that you have with the art form and with the craft and with the history, etc. And it's also got me thinking about the act of translation. And I wonder how you've dealt with the difficulty of taking an art form that you constantly say sometimes is kind of your antimatter. It kind of gets in the way of your own sense of yourself. You and your father speak a bit about that, and that's one of the ways cinema's kind of interfered with African sort of identity. But then you take it and you try and do something with it. So I'm interested also in how you've taken the language and the form and inverted some things to try and get at something else, to try and restore yourself when you didn't feel represented by it. But it's a thought. It's just the beginning idea. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay.
I think that's a great point. Do you have a response, Teddy?
Can I let it simmer and then I'll come back to it? I think it's evocative. It kind of summons you to want to say something, and I think there's something else that's going on in that question that probably needs to cook a little bit, you know. And I think I'll talk about it when we perhaps talk about the personal and the political, and how that translates into cinema practice, perhaps, you know. Is that okay, Palisa?
Yes,
it's completely okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's completely okay. And also, Teddy, I was wondering if you had seen, and Cynthia, you'd seen the trailers that had come out of. It's like a set. It's like, I think it's on TikTok. These kids, I think they called the Ikorodu boys, if I remember correctly, and they're from Nigeria, and they redo the trailers of like big Netflix movies. And they recently got invited to Hollywood for what they did. And I think what you're saying reminds me a lot of that. And the Ghanaian posters, as we've seen as well, the kind of DIY way that maybe Africans or people in the South kind of take on Hollywood, or take on sort of like a grand glamorous cinema and bring it into the vernacular of like a local vernacular. And I think that's what you're describing, Teddy, when you say that people would come home and they would tell you the story. And I'm interested in actually, that this is a question, is like, did people embellish? What did that do for you? Was it like a kind of retelling of the story, but later you realize it wasn't the story, it was like there were like mistakes? Can you tell us about that moment?
I think that came like retrospectively, you know, later on when I studied cinema formally, and I started looking back at how and when exactly, you know, there's no real sort of pinpointed time when one could say this is when cinema started, because I remember that my father himself, you know, he's an enthusiast of note, you know, when it comes to cinema. You know, I mean, he was the leader of a gang in Sophiatown, the Vultures, and they, as the film indicates, emulated Hollywood, you know, in the way that they dressed and shaped social culture. I mean, Humphrey Bogart's famous sort of notorious sort of line in one of his films was to live fast, die young, and have a good-looking corpse, you know, and somehow I think some of that passes over quite invisibly into one's life and translates quite sort of organically, because you begin to emulate this kind of masculinity that you see that permeates through your father. Not that I became a gangster, but, you know, I kind of understood that there was something very magical about what I had understood about cinema, and because he used to take me to the movies in Fordsburg, in Johannesburg, you know, and that's where this idea of how the personal and the political begins to connect, because he's also the person who kind of educated me around politics, right? So one gets a sense that the stories that you're watching and see later on in your life actually don't reflect who you are, because they don't depict your reality in a way. And so what you do is then you infuse yourself into that archive, however fictional it is, and you begin to raise questions around, well, where am I in this film? And if I'm not there, I'm going to put myself in it through my own language and where I live and through the people I know, in a way. So it then becomes a kind of a depiction of a possible reality in South Africa that was not realized at the time, but we were already living as children, because, you know, the brutality of apartheid has a strange kind of, there's something very beautiful about struggle, as painful as it is that it teaches one lessons about what's coming, in a way. And we can come back to that later on, you know, because I think it speaks to where we are. If we want to know who we are right now, we got to go back to that archive in a way. Let me stop there and let you.
Okay. But Teddy, I thought you were a gangster. Watching your film, you said you joined.
Yeah, well, no,
I was quite impressed.
Yeah, no, well, you know.
When I was listening to your beautiful sort of poetic passage that you started off with, and yeah, so while you were watching your movie in the cinema in Westbury, or Western Native, I was, as you say in your piece, a few miles away only. I was also watching movies in my primary school hall in much more comfortable circumstances. It's quite strange to think about that. Probably the same movies even.
Sure.
Yeah, and as I've told you, I really loved your film and it made me cry, and that's because of our fathers. And as you know, people watching this might find this very unlikely, but actually Teddy and my father were very good friends. And my father was, they were both writers. My father didn't talk a lot. He wrote rather than speak, but he spoke about Don Matera, and he used to tell us when we were children about how he had been banned, and we didn't really know what that meant. But just looking at my father, we realized, and we came to realize it was a very cruel punishment, especially for a writer. And later on, when I got the Star newspaper as an adult, then I met your dad again, and he adopted a very mentoring role towards me. He was very encouraging about my own writing.
Sure.
And then I also love that story that you have in your film about how he gave you 50 cents so you could get into the movie, and then someone attacked you with a bottle and you still bear a scar from it, and you had to hand in your bloody 50-cent piece, but the usher made you lick it clean. I love that story. So maybe just as a way of transitioning to Peles's questions, you know, talking about the personal and the political, maybe you could say something more about your father, more about what it was like to make the movie and have that footage of him. And as you say, I think in the movie, and I was very struck by it because I remember him as a very powerful man. I think that's the word you used in your film. Mm-hmm. And then we can see that he's aged, and it really tugs at your heart. So yes, I'd like to hear a bit about that.
It's interesting because one of the motif that I used to make this film, if one is to talk cinema language, is this notion of the prism, you know, and looking at this triangular prism as a way to begin to interrogate identity. One knows that, you know, from the scientific experiments that one did at school, when you shine a white light through a prism, it kind of bends the light and the different colors show up. You know, there's your blue and whatever comes out. And I use that as a motif to speak about the personal, the political, and my film practice, and how intertwined those are, or how they are generated from the very sort of sense of what cinema means to me on that level. And so in relation to Don Matera, my father, there's this kind of the three sort of aspects or elements of my that are discussed as a discourse in this film is precisely that, is that, you know, this is the very same person from whom I am born. It's also the same person who educates and schools me in Black consciousness, but he's also a writer. And so I followed the path of becoming a filmmaker. So there's this very interesting mix between us. We're friends at the same time, and he's a father, and then at the same time, you know, we're fellow creatives. And so I think what happens in that process is you become schooled in a way that's very different from how the people and the men I grew up around were introduced to this notion of this masculinity. And as a result, what happens is you become that relationship between the personal and the political, and your outlook as a filmmaker gets shaped by how your relationships are kind of navigated, what would one say? They are to some extent even sort of managed, you know. I found it interesting that we've got 3 generations of men in the story. We've got my son in it also, and I've named him after my father, Munnapula, which means man of the rain in Setswana. So what this experiment around, for example, masculinity does, and Black masculinity specifically in the context of Johannesburg and South Africa, and our family, who is almost the definitive mix, you know. I've got an Italian grandfather, I've got a Xhosa grandmother from my mother's side. We have, you know, sort of the white Materas in Italy. So you get introduced quite quickly to this kind of multiplicities of who you are and how the personal and the political plays out in the apartheid context, and how cinema, the American cinema, informs some of that. And then the question is, how do you then articulate that experience into a film practice that begins to question the very things that you thought that make you up as a filmmaker? And that's the interrogation that this film does, and the people that I interviewed, the filmmakers, because we begin to address this question of representation and identification, and what those tropes actually begin to point to for us and make us question. Let me stop there, so because I can go on, as you can tell, you know.
And I think I think your film, you've touched on many things, and you're right, there's actually a lot to unpack, and a very broad conversation to be had. But I will try and maybe touch on very specific things because of the time. But I think one of the things that really does interest me is the layering that you are. I think in French the word essay means to try. That you're trying to put together. So, and I see your film as an essay film. I think it's like a kind of, it's like a thought attempt at kind of reconciling a lot of different ideas. One of which is this idea that you're offering, which is that a lot of how masculinity in South Africa at a certain period is imagined and performed migrates off of the screen, in terms of style, in terms of gesture. I mean, literally the idea that you're wearing a suit, but you're eating an apple. So it's the suit and the apple together. And if you eat an apple in front of someone, as your film puts forward, you're actually being an asshole. You're being questionable, if I may. So I think that what I'm interested in, though, and I'd like to ask you very specifically, maybe if you could touch on this idea of the migrating sort of masculine, the migration of like a masculine identity or an idea of what it means to be a man, and how it hits maybe your father, but also hits you specifically, because I think that's what your film is getting at. What I'd like to also ask is, as a man now, do you think that was enough? Did those images give you enough? What did they not give you? What did not migrate? And what then do you find those images did not give you, or they kind of left out, as you are then trying to be an actual 3D filmmaker, a male filmmaker in South Africa, etc. Do you understand what I'm asking? I guess it's a bit
I think I
all
do.
over the place.
All right, but please just sort of head me towards it as I make an attempt to answer or respond. Not answer, I think respond is more appropriate. You know, right at the beginning, it's uncanny in a way that my introduction to cinema happens to be spaghetti westerns. right, with white males and blue-eyed white males as heroes on one level, right? So check this out. And then my academic study points me to cinema in South Africa and the discovery of gold and diamonds happening simultaneously, right? So the first depiction of Black people on screen, because of how cinema is founded in this country, is of us in servitude, Black men in servitude. So the first images, the first few images that come out of the cinema from the mining houses is that of Black men in servitude.
Right.
We're always bowing down. We're always with the begging bowl. We're always being told where to go, how to dig. Tata lapa, pega lapa, bona lapa, nang. You understand what I'm saying? And on the other side is this idea of what our heroes are supposed to be, these blue-eyed sort of white men, right? So one's image of what masculinity represents is balanced finely between these two polarities. And that becomes the template of what cinematic representation of Black men become in cinema in South Africa. And you can see the progression happening as cinema increasingly develops in South Africa, you know, and how Black men are depicted. I will speak about how women are represented later, after we make this point, because I think it's critically important. But let's just stick to the depiction and representation of Black men. So I find, if you ask me, the question, what touched me was when you asked me whether it would be enough, right? What is, so it's almost as if one begins to realize that there's a very sort of, there's a contagion here that's taking place psychologically. The apartheid mechanism feeds into the arsenal of cinema, right? And its psychology permeates through there, and it tells white filmmakers how to make films about Black people right up to today, by the way, right? It also tells Black filmmakers who they're supposed to be in constructing our representation. So these two dichotomous situations come to a clash in a way, where as a filmmaker for me, because suddenly you begin to realize that what you're caught up in is this notion that has been constructed well before you actually came into the realization of cinema, or you came into constructing your own images and ideas, right? And I find that for me is on this question of what is it about masculinities that drive a kind of particular way in which we look, say, for example, at Black women in cinema. You know, one of my interviewees remarks on this, and he says, you know, what you need to be in South Africa for a Black woman, an actress to be really good, is how good she can cry in South African cinema. Now, that is so painful. You know, it's not about the qualities and the merits that Black actresses have beyond being able to cry, but it actually speaks to the tragedy that has taken place. And I think one of the ways in which one begins to engage or interrogate this representation that seemingly is not enough to completely qualify who we are as Black men, or who I am as Black men, is by making certain conscious steps through making or being schooled by a figure like Don Matera, because suddenly the connection between the personal and the political finds a home, right, in that relationship. Now, by no standards is, you know, this the sort of definitive Black men, but I'm talking in the context of the film, right? How one begins to use that construct and to create a different sense of what Black masculinity could be about. And I think it's more of an offering rather than saying this is the definitive kind of Black men rising that we need to see in terms of representation. So I'm not sure that I'm addressing some of what you're saying, but I think I'm speaking to how cinema has got its own particular way in which it constructs expectation. And the challenge for us is not to even deconstruct, but to recreate or reframe, to use the theme of this workshop. How do you then speak to elements of cinema that are not even on the screen? How do you speak to changing the kind of masculinities that exist in our society through the work that you do? I choose to use cinema as a tool to educate young people about how to live, basically. Because I think if you can navigate a scene, it's possible that you might be able to navigate life itself. Okay, let me stop there.
Thanks, Teddy. I see we only have 5 minutes left, which is a real pity. I want to kind of yeah.
I'm sorry.
No. It's just a pity because this is such a great conversation and so dynamic. And I just wanted to push you more on what Pervaiz is saying. Because I was thinking when I was in my primary school hall watching the same movies as you probably, I also identified with the heroes, and yet they were male. I didn't notice that either, And so what happens to us when one day we realize, oh dear, I'm black or I'm a girl? And I thought there must be a terrible emptiness while you try and think about not even reframing it, but what do you put in the frame instead?
Sure.
Do
you want to put that? Go for it, Palisa, please.
Yeah, I'm also, I suppose as we get into the last 4 minutes, Cynthia, you're right. I think we all have this kind of psychological relationship to the screen that we will side with the hero. I suppose the whole thing is designed to get you to side with the protagonist, and we know the operation of the gaze, we know the psychoanalytical sort of processes that go into making you align yourself with certain parts of the screen and not other parts. And we all, I think, can relate to that feeling of not being any more aligned, and therefore questioning what it is has formed your imagination of yourself and the world. But I think, Teddy, I'm interested finally if you can, what is interesting me, and it's a question that I think we might not get to the answer of, or in fact I don't even know how to ask the question, is if we are talking about, and you are yourself trying to get at how these images and these movements, these gestures, and this, like, how celluloid and the practice and the culture around cinema going, etc., forms you, frankly, as a man, as a son, as a friend, but also as like a person of the streets. Like, it forms you in very fundamental ways. And I think you're trying to get at that through your film. I'm interested in the question you have asked, which is, what are we doing now in our to be simplistic depiction and representation of masculinities in South Africa, on the continent, to try and address the ways that, like, the masculine forms itself now or deals with itself now. And you have said it's about introducing the political to the personal. You're saying that the man must conceive of himself as a constant conversation between the political and the personal. And I'd like, maybe if you could reflect us a little bit in your practice now, in the film that you made, but also in other films. What is it do you do to the male characters, or to the relationships in those films? I know it's a big question that might bring us to a different way of reading masculinity than perhaps the one that you're offered by John Wayne, or even frankly by the protagonist in Mapantsula or Come Back Africa.
Teddy, you've got 2 minutes to answer this great question.
Let me just give it a shot. I put my son in the film, and I talk about one of the things that I tried experimentally in this film was to try and engage or engross myself with what I call an invisibilized or invisible presence, or a silent presence. And my son appears next to me in this film, and he's been on many shoots with me since he was, I think, 1. He's appeared in Shame. I think by the time I get the invoice from him, it's going to be huge, But he appears in all these films that I've made, and he's watched me make films, and he's watched how I've engaged with partners on my way. And we have this constant conversation between us about what the issues are that he will be confronted with, you know, as a young black man growing up. He's 10 years old now. Already the questions are coming in from him at school. You know, are you so-called colored? Are you black? Your mom is from the Congo, but she lives in Switzerland, etc., etc., etc. And it comes back to the very fundamental thing, which is, how do you begin to enable or create an environment that is enabling for this young man to be able to be the best young man that he could be, in relation to the society that he lives in. So questions around how do you treat and how do you be with women, the young women at your school? How do you translate that? What kind of stories do you hear or do you want to tell about? He wants to be a filming pilot, by the way. So I don't know, that's a, you know, another story. He wants to fly drones, you know, in space somewhere, I don't know. But I think the point about it is that he has an opportunity which I never had, in a way. You know, my dad took me to the cinema and he introduced me to things and aspects. But what I didn't have, in a way, that my generation was to be able to ask questions, to be able to be permitted to engage with your masculinity at a very early age and what it means for you. And maybe you don't really understand that notion when you are a kid growing up, because you're not a man and you're not sure what masculinity means, but in some way you allow for that cartographical experience, the exploration of it, to take place. And I don't know, Palisa, I think it will take a long time for me. I don't even know the answer to this. I'm just really just giving you a heartfelt response more than something that's deeply intellectual, you know.
I think we appreciated the heartfelt response, and you're being spared from having to answer anymore because we've come to the end of our time. So thanks very much, Teddy. Really, it was a fantastic conversation. And thanks,
Can you bring me in to say goodbye?
Great.
Thank you so much, Teddy.
No?
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And now I think that Pervaiz wants to have a few words. Just before he does, I'd just like to say thank you very much to Pervaiz. He's a great collaborator. I can't believe that we've worked on Reframing Africa for 4 or 5 years and we still have never shouted at each other. But thanks, Pervaiz. Over to you.
Yes, look, thank you very much for a very thoughtful and inspiring conversation. Yes, I mean, you know, the whole weekend has been inspiring, and I think this is a very good way to round it off, because the starting point from where we've come from is to say that, you know, we are not outside cinema. Yes, here in Africa, we have been part of it since its very inception. And what Teddy points out is that gold was discovered, cinema arrived, and there has been this economic and political relationship, economic, political, social, cultural relationship between cinema and economy. And the very nature of what we've been looking at is cinema in that context, not just cinema because of the love of it, but I know that everybody who's taken part in the weekend as presenters, yes, and panelists loves cinema. But that isn't enough. Cinema can play another role, yes, a role which opens us up to our humanity, and that makes us question, yes, and makes us reflect and question and create images which inspire people, images which fire people, yes, and that's a responsibility that I think we all carry with us, yes, in different sorts of ways. And we've talked about Osman Semben, we've had a younger generation of filmmakers who've taken part, and I'm very, very grateful. I mean, obviously, from a perspective of being the co-convener, you know, one organizes things. I have the great, you know, luxury of being involved in organizing something which I'm passionate about. And as I was saying to our team here, Bahir, Hanky, Chamisa, who's had to leave at the start yesterday morning, that everybody else who's also taking part believes that we can play a role in the world. We can't do everything, yes, but we can do something. And the culture is not just, you know, something that's as an afterthought in terms of the society we live in, the times we live in. And thank you everybody who's taken part. Yes, obviously this is a dialogue, even if it's a slightly, you know, mediated dialogue, more than we have usual, Yes, we couldn't have had this happen without the people who've logged on, and this will become available. People will be able to watch this and we'll share it. And also for another week or so, till next weekend, all the material that's on the Vimeo will carry on being available. So if you haven't had a chance to watch it, please do, and feel free to share it with other people. Yes, because that's why it's been put there. Yes, so thank you very much.
May I add and may I encourage whoever's watching to please watch if you haven't seen Teddy's film. It's a really it's a really provocative film.
Yeah, and it also touches me because I haven't watched that many of Teddy's films, but I know Teddy through the film.
Yeah.
Yes, better, and we got to know each other over the last few years. But I think it actually carries something for all of us. You know, I know that one of my colleagues, comrades, Reece Auguiste, when I told him, before he got to watch it about that, he said that's exactly what we used to do in Dominica. Yes, in the Caribbean, a couple of us would be given the money and go in to watch the film and tell everybody else. Then I have my elders, Sivanandan, who Race and Class, which Teddy knows the journal. He was very influenced by watching Westerns. He said Westerns and reading Westerns. He said it was very clear, the good guys, the bad guys, even if you were seen as being the Indians. Yes, so there's metaphors, So the key thing is, thank you everybody for taking part. And watch out, we will be doing things throughout the year. Yes, and those we have an emailing list from all of this, so we'll remind everybody to share. Thank you, go well, enjoy what's left of your weekends. Yes, and we'll see you again next year, and hopefully sooner, but in this sort of context. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Namaste.